Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Josie. I guess this is it, I say with a sigh. Home, sweet home. My U-Haul truck beeps as I back it into the driveway. An unnecessary warning since the quaint street and its surroundings are deserted. I kill the engine and jump out into the arms of the sweltering midday sun. Beads of sweat start to sprout on my forehead. Yuck. I turn my attention to the little blue house in front of me with the wraparound porch. 2 large oak trees with branches hanging over the roof almost swallow the entire house. This is a serious downgrade from my cute apartment in Orlando, but it's for a good cause. Hi there, neighbor. You new in these parts? A male voice crackles to my left. I follow the voice and find a craggy, sand-colored face with sharp eyes on the next-door porch, which is so close it may as well be an extension of my house. He is seated in a rocking chair. I smile at him and rap a knuckle on the truck. I wonder where you got that idea from. Oh, it's not just the moving truck. It's also the big city stance, assessing your new country house like you're seeing if you still want the place. He picks up a bottle of beer and takes a swig, laughing after taking a gulp. I laugh out loud at his assessment. I'll have you know that I actually grew up right here in the East End. I'm just adjusting, not judging. A fine but important distinction. Well, you bring some big city charm with you. You must have gotten all of it too, because usually the city has none. Another gulp from the brown bottle and a warm jack-o'-lantern smile. I walk a few steps to the old man and look up, holding the white railing of the front porch stairs. I'm Josie. It's nice to meet you. He stands up, comes down the stairs and shakes my hand. Wyatt, let me get my good shoes and come help you unload. My eyes drop down to his indoor slippers and up to his face. There's no way this tiny ancient grandpa will be able to lift any of my boxes or furniture. Don't judge a book by its cover, he says with a naughty grin of scattered teeth. Did he just read my mind? My fingers wander to my head and play with my medium-sized afro, feeling the coils of my hair. I'm sure you're more than capable, Wyatt, but the movers will be here any second. Tell you what, let me change my shoes and get my secret weapon, and we'll see who finishes first. If I win, you'll come over for some of my wife's buttermilk pie. And if my movers win, you'll all come over for some of my wife's buttermilk pie. Sounds like a win-win, Wyatt. I shake my head, smiling. He cackles and shuffles up the steps before disappearing into his own house. I shake my head again, smile fading, and I open the truck to search for my phone. The movers are late and don't pick up my calls. A frustrated sigh escapes my lips. I really want to get this move over with. I'm typing a passive-aggressive message to them when Wyatt reappears in my driveway. He's accompanied by 2 identical young men who are a little more tan than him and significantly taller. I look up from my phone. Rodney Julius, this is Josie. She's our new neighbor, and you boys are going to help her unload her truck. Hi there, the twins murmur in greeting. Happy to help. Josie, my grandsons. A pleasure to meet you both. I already told your grandpa there's no need. One of the twins raises his hand to cut me off. Hey, what are neighbors for? That small-town friendliness. You don't get that in the city, even one that's home to the happiest place on earth. I look at the street. confirming for certain that there's no glimpse of the movers. Then I open the back of the truck. If I weren't so exhausted from my interstate drive, I'd decline the offer. But I'm too tired. Please cancel the truck, I tell the company. I have movers closer to home. We work together hauling things, grunting and sweating. I've missed this about Belmont. That think of your fellow man attitude. I don't mind at all that the movers fail to show up. When we're done, we gather in their kitchen, which smells of lavender and jasmine, for the promised delicious buttermilk pie. Will you be teaching at Belmont Elementary? Asks Celia, Wyatt's wife, after I explain why I'm back. She is just as pint-sized and crinkly as him. Yep, I'll be teaching 2nd grade. I just know you'll be a wonderful addition, and please feel free to pop in anytime. We love company, she says. I thank them profusely for their help and for opening their home to me. Then I leave. Shortly afterward, I clean up and then return the truck. On my drive, I notice all the changes in the city. So many memories, I say when I pass by my old high school. I make a mental note to visit some of my old friends who still live here once my car arrives from Orlando. A large signpost with directions to the country club pops up, and my mouth goes dry. It brings back unwanted memories of that summer. I shake my head hard. No, ma'am, I tell myself. What we're not going to do is remember that summer. Nope. The unwanted images of swimming pools and a certain lifeguard retreat to the back of my mind, but no matter how hard I try to suppress them, they refuse to disappear. A hectic week of organizing and dusting later, my house starts to resemble a home. Celia brings me a vase of roses and gardenias from her backyard to celebrate the achievement. They smell so good, thank you, I tell her at the front door. I'll take some for my mom when I go see her tomorrow. She loves summer flowers. I know these will cheer her up. I swallow a lump. Or you could pluck some more for her, as many as you want. She peers into my eyes. I blink, trying not to show emotion and failing. Something wrong, honey? Caught off guard, I'm unsure if I should tell her or not. Yeah, just thinking about my mom. She has multiple sclerosis. I'll be praying for her, sweetheart. Me too. The next morning, I drive across town to a street in the East End that's seen better days. My mom, Clara, has lived here in my Aunt Denise's house since her health took a turn for the worse. I walk into the dimly lit first-floor bedroom and look at the frail frame propped up by pillows on the bed. Her once rich sepia-brown skin is dull and lifeless. I'm shocked by how much weight she's lost. You're a sight for sore eyes, Mama, I say after we've embraced. Her voice is low. Oh, stop it, she says with a weak smirk. When I sit in a chair next to her bed, she clasps my hand surprisingly firmly in both of hers. I mean it, Mom. You look better than the video calls. It's a lie, but more comforting than the truth. I'm glad to finally be back to help you. I kiss her on her cheek. Me too, baby, but I'll be fine. Promise not to worry too much about your old mother. I can't do that, Mama. You know that. My stubborn daughter, she says with a smile. Just like her mom. That's why I love you. When do you start work? In a week. I'm excited. I'm getting my classroom all ready. Not long after, Mom drifts off to sleep and I leave, happy to finally have the freedom to see her at will again. She's on my mind as I drive up to Belmont Elementary on the first day of school. It's a massive historic building that could pass for a Gilded Age mansion. A white woman with a close-cropped pixie cut climbs out of hers at the same time I do. She approaches me. You must be Josie, the new 2nd grade teacher? I nod. She grabs my hand. Angela. 1st grade. I recognized you from the directory. We're glad to have you with us. Her manner is pleasant. I'm ecstatic to be here. We shake hands and stride across the parking lot to the school. A line of vehicles snakes through the drop-off zone. The air is punctuated with car horns, the pneumatic hiss of the buses braking, and children's eager yells. Is it any different from where you're from? Believe it or not, I went to Belmont Elementary, so I'm from here. But my last school, I taught art, but they didn't have an actual art room. I'm so glad to have a classroom. Angela's steps pause. She looks mortified. You'll find that all the facilities here are top-notch. Our parents have very discerning tastes. Sounds like a dream, I say. Friendly advice, though. The old second-grade teacher you're replacing was super popular. She had to retire unexpectedly. It came as a big surprise. So, she might be a tough act to follow. She was a legend. We stop near the entrance, and I smile at her. Much appreciated, Angela. Thanks for showing me the ropes. A floppy-haired brunette boy next to us turns around and shouts, "Hey, Dad, Dad." I think I left my... He accidentally steps on my foot as he darts back toward the cars. Look both ways, I call out, almost to myself. My gaze follows him. I hope whatever he forgot was important enough to risk getting hit by a car and worth mashing my poor foot. A dark-haired, gorgeous white man leans out the window of a sleek Dodge Durango to hand the boy a lunchbox. Or a pencil case, maybe. I'd know those full lips anywhere. I kissed them for a summer and have dreamed of them far too often since. My heart stops cold. The searing pain in my toes stops. It was definitely worth it for me. God, that summer. Chance Worthington III, the lifeguard I fell in love with. No, it can't be him. For one thing, he hasn't aged at all in the last 11 years.
Chapter 2. Chance. "Tyler, we'll be late for school if you don't turn that thing off!" I yell down the hall, my voice still gruff with sleep. I stand there with my arms outstretched, each hand holding a handle of my bedroom's double doors. The muffled sound of cartoons from beyond his closed door doesn't turn down. I know he's up because the first thing he does each morning is turn the TV on. "Tyler!" Louder this time, but still no response. I open the door to see him watching TV and playing with the iPad. "Tyler, what did I tell you? Tablet, please." He hands it to me forlornly. "Shower. Now, don't make me tell you again." Did I expect to change because it's a new school year? I should know my kid better than that. Most days are good, but sometimes he acts out. I'm sure losing his mom is part of it, so I try not to be too hard on him. I shut the doors and retreat into the gold and black tones of my modernist bedroom. The digital clock on my nightstand tells me that it's 6:30, enough time for a quick shower and change before I check up on him again. My pajamas go off, the shower turns on in my own suite, and I let the jets of warm water wake me up. When I'm dressed for work, I walk down the hall and past the landing to my son's room. I clutch the handle before entering and remind myself to be patient with him, no matter what I find. The door swings open and I take a few steps in. "Ready for breakfast?" I stop in my tracks. The kid is at his desk, sketching. "What do I have to do for you to get ready, Tyler?" He shrugs. I glance around the room. The curtains are drawn and early morning light seeps in through the large windows. The bed is made in a very lumpy way. There's even a backpack and what I assume are the clothes he'll wear for school thrown across the bed. But my son, who should be bathed or at the very least showering, is bent over drawing. The wall-mounted TV is spewing a loud kids show, so he doesn't even notice me. I turn it off manually and his little face turns to me in shock. His eyes drop to the floor, shock turning to guilt. I cross the room to peer over his shoulder. His palms rush to cover the sketchbook and he crinkles his nose. "It's private," he says. I run a hand over my eyes and exhale. "Buddy, I know that you love drawing, and I'm happy about that. But not when you're getting ready for school. Have you brushed your teeth? Showered?" He shakes his head for each question. "No." He hangs his head and trudges to the bathroom. "It's okay. Just remember that there is time for everything. I don't stay in bed when it's time to drop you off at school, do I?" A big sigh. "No." And I don't go hide out at Grandma's when you need me to pick you up, do I? This time he giggles. That was funny when I hid under the bed. You couldn't find me. It was funny after I recovered from the heart attack. My hand roughs up his already disheveled shock of dark hair that's almost identical to mine at that age. Tyler yelps because he knows what's coming. He quickly closes his sketchbook and shoves it to the other end of his desk. Then he shrieks and yields to the tickles. It turns into a wrestling match and we end up in a heap on the floor. Now my work shirt is all wrinkled up, I say when the laughs subside. And I'm the one wasting time, but get in the shower now. We both stand up and I point a finger at him. He salutes and marches toward his ensuite bathroom. How is a 7-year-old already so well-versed in subtle sarcasm? I leave his room shaking my head in amusement. A short while later, a fresh and clean Tyler finds me downstairs in the dining room. Max, our personal chef, has whipped up oatmeal and toast for breakfast. Ever the picky eater, Tyler pokes at his food, unimpressed. I wish these were crumpets, he says, picking up a spoonful of porridge. What do you know about crumpets? Mrs. Evans told me that's all she ate as a kid back in Scotland. She said they're the best thing in the world. Well, this is healthier, and crumpets are pretty dry. Donuts are better. I didn't tell you that, though. Just pretend that's what you're eating and finish up. We're running late. On our way out of the house, we pass Mrs. Evans just as she's entering for her daily housekeeping shift. Her first name's Barbara, but she likes the formality, so that's what we call her. The good-spirited, ruddy-cheeked, middle-aged woman nearly flops over from the force of Tyler's hug. He's such a sweet, affectionate boy, just stronger than he thinks. How was your weekend, baby? She asks with her arms around him. My new special pencils arrived and I've been drawing a lot. I walk away to choose a car from the garage and give them a chance to talk about Tyler's passion, art. And Mrs. Evans's passion is Tyler, who she treats like her own grandson. Mrs. Evans has become invaluable since my late wife's passing. It feels incorrect to call her our housekeeper given how large a role she plays in our lives. She refuses any attempts I make to hike her wage to compensate, even though she's taken it upon herself to act as a surrogate nanny. You already pay me more than enough, Mr. Worthington. I raised her wage anyway. Nothing she can do about it, is there? I smile to myself thinking about it as I hop into the Dodge Durango Hellcat. It's a limited edition SUV with the horsepower of a Ferrari. At this point, I should just sell the others, but I don't have the heart. I pull out of the garage and honk for Tyler to jump in. The contents of his pencil case jostle loudly in his bag when he runs down the steps. He pulls the rear passenger seat open, then spins around and waves enthusiastically at the house. Bye, Mrs. Evans. He jumps in and throws his backpack beside him, and we drive out the main gate. I keep my eyes on the road and look at Tyler in the rearview mirror. He pulls out a sketchbook and gets engrossed in a new drawing immediately. I wonder if it's the beginning of a lifelong passion or a coping mechanism. Likely both. Is that drawing top secret too? I try to make it out, but I don't have time to see before my eyes return to the bumper ahead of me. Nah, well, this one is just you. Nothing special. I look back and he has a devilish smirk. Hey! He snorts from laughing. Just kidding, Dad. I smile at him. Remember what I told you earlier about time and place? Don't bring out the art supplies during math or when your new teacher is talking, and definitely not first thing in the morning when you should be getting ready for school. Yes, Dad. We turn toward Belmont Elementary and join the endless line of other vehicles crawling to the drop-off zone. Looks like I'll be here for a while. In 3 minutes, we've moved about an inch. But we're close enough for you to get out. He grabs his backpack and jumps out the door, not looking back. I watch him go, then turn my thoughts to the day ahead. If I weren't a partner at my law firm, I'd be coming up with a lame excuse for my lateness. I've never seen the line go so slowly. My eyes wander across to the parking lot near the school building. I'm drawn to Tyler's first-grade teacher from last year, Angela. I recognize her from her animated way of talking and short haircut. But it isn't Angela who catches my eye. It's the woman she's walking with. First, I notice the pink floral print dress that cinches her waist and flows along her curves down to her ankles. Everything else about her is just as magnetic. The color of her dress pops against her gorgeous mahogany skin. Her hair is combed out in a short afro, reminiscent of the larger ones from the 70s. And it's reminiscent of the style favored by a woman who's loomed large in my life, mostly from afar since I was 19 years old. The sachet of her hips as she moves is hypnotic. My eyes refuse to look away from that back view as hard as I might try. Turn around, I urge her silently, even though it means missing out on that incredible view from behind. Stop it, Chance. Don't be that dad. But she doesn't turn around. There are no children with her. I wonder if she is a parent or one of the new teachers. Either way, I'm awestruck. I need to see her face to complete this puzzle. There's something eerily familiar about her stride that takes me back to that summer so many years ago. The memories of a long ago but never forgotten fling from my teenage years flash through my mind. I've always wondered about her. Before Tyler or even my late wife, there was Josie. Sweet, smart, exciting Josie, who was always down for an adventure. The prettiest girl I'd ever seen. Josie, who broke my heart and left for good. A familiar voice rings through the air and pulls me out of my fantasy world. "Hey, Dad, I think I left my—" "Tyler?" I say to myself. I snap back to reality and look out the window. He's running back toward me. He stops at the window, panting and huffing, and I roll it down right away. "Dad, I thought you had gone. Is everything okay? What happened?" "I think I left my special pencils. The ones I got from Mrs. Garcia. Yeah, that box right there." He points at the backseat floor. I grab it and lean out the window to hand it over to him. "Doesn't your teacher have her own pencils?" "Yeah, but it's a present," he says with a sweet smile. "She was so nice last year. I'm not sure if she'll be my teacher, but I think I was on the list for her class." A car honks behind me, and I realize I'm holding everyone back. We say bye once more, and then I leave. I try to shake off the memories of Josie and force myself into work mode. Maybe she's a look-alike, but I know I won't stop thinking about her until I know for sure. God, now I really need to put a face to the parts of her I saw today.
Chapter 3. Josie. I feel guilty about keeping the pencils Tyler Worthington gave me. I look at the two other faces in the teacher's lounge. Wendy, Angela, and I are seated in armchairs, clustered around an oval coffee table. Wendy is grading papers, while Angela streams a beauty pageant on her phone. Wendy, a third-grade teacher, leaves her papers on the table and puts her pen behind her ear. "Didn't the kids from your old school ever bring you mementos?" "Yeah, but usually it was tiny things, like a plastic toy from a quarter machine or a rubber ball. But this..." I hold up one of the pencils and turn it. The box was pretty pricey. I looked it up. Like $40. Not your average piece of lead in a stick. And they weren't even meant for me. They were meant for Ms. Garcia. "Yeah. I think some of the kids in your class thought they'd have her this year. But then she retired so suddenly. She was a legend. Everyone loved her." "Oh, okay, so no pressure." Wendy waves her hand as if telling me not to worry. "Don't concern yourself with the price of those pencils. These parents are so wealthy. They buy phones the way other people buy packs of gum. But if it bothers you so much, maybe ask his dad during the open house," Angela adds. "He's super hands-on. I'm sure he'll be there." I bite the inside of my cheek and shift in my seat. Was that his dad who dropped him off? Dark hair, just like Tyler? Wendy stands up. "Yep, Chance Worthington. The third. Don't forget that part," Angela adds with a grin. Wendy continues. "Real old money. I'm sure he wouldn't bat an eye if that little boy brought you 10 sets of those pencils. She gathers her things and stands up. Time for me to get back to class, though. See you girls later. She might have said more before exiting the room, but my mind has wandered too far, too fast, to hear or care. My heart becomes a crazy ticking clock at the mention of Chance Worthington's name, and my vision turns hazy. The summer before college plays across my mind like a film reel. It comes to me like it was yesterday. I have so many memories of my cashier job at the country club and everything it led to, along with everything it didn't lead to. At the club, there was a marked change between my first day at the snack bar, when I thought I'd just be making some extra money for school, and the fourth day, when a tall, athletic white guy about my age walked into the semi-packed kiosk where I held down the register. Flip-flops, board shorts, sculpted chest on display, definitely a lifeguard, definitely gorgeous. I remember how everyone else vanished when he sauntered over to the counter and spoke to me for the first time from beneath his bucket hat. Ah, that bucket hat, and how it never left his head. Always pulled down over his eyes, with the messy dark hair sticking out from beneath its brim. Haven't seen you here before. That's what his lips apparently said. Because they were all I could concentrate on, well, until his misty emerald eyes stole the show. Those 5 words immediately etched themselves onto every surface of my brain. It meant I wasn't invisible to this beautiful stranger. I'm new, I'd responded. Well, new, I'm Chance. A pleasure to meet you. Oh, how dreamy he was even then. I thought I'd stood no chance, for lack of a better term. A smile pulls at the corners of my mouth now, as I recall the pleasure of him bumping into me again on that next day after our first conversation. It was outside by the swimming pools that time. I shake my head at all my desperate attempts to constantly be in the vicinity of his stand after that. I have a slight fear of heights, he had confessed once with a sheepish smile. Mounting and dismounting the lifeguard chair was the worst part of his workday. It made all his drop-ins to see me at the snack shop ever more endearing. Then he asked for my number, and a whirlwind love ensued. Sneaking out to go dancing, or for moonlit walks in the mountains. Whispering and giggling and kissing during the movies at the theater, probably not seeing anything projected onto that screen. Making out in secret corners at work. Normal teenage puppy love. But I soon found out that he was far from a normal teen. He was a Worthington, rich enough to buy the entire state and still have more than enough to live on. I blink once, exhale, and return to the present. Angela is still smiling at her phone, unaware of the walk down memory lane going on in my head. He's still a Worthington, I remind myself. He still lives in Westcrest. And now there's a high likelihood I'll run into him, especially considering his son is in my 2nd grade class. A practical part of me expects it'll be soon, and a less practical part starts planning an outfit for the upcoming open house a week before it's scheduled, just in case. I have to do the right laundry after all, to look professional for the parents. On the day it's scheduled, I plan my outfit as if a drill sergeant is inspecting my uniform later. Josie. It's the principal of Belmont Elementary School, Jane Taylor, my boss. She's smiling, her hand on my forearm in the late afternoon, just before parents are set to arrive. Nice to see you, Principal Taylor. Nice to see you too, Ms. Mullins. I'd been starting to think you'd want a lifetime supply of wrap dresses. You look stunning. Like a 1940s movie star in that pencil skirt and heels. Or maybe someone like Nina Simone, a glamour girl. Thank you, Principal Taylor. Call me Jane. Thank you, Jane. We're in the final moments of calm before the parents and guardians pour in through the doors and open house kicks off. Everything is almost in place, but a few staff members are in the hall already. I want to go help them finish up. And maybe I also want to keep an eye out for the first signs of a certain former lifeguard. Principal Taylor steadies me by the elbow as I wobble and lets out one of her infectious laughs. Gotta be careful, Josie. The janitor has gone overboard with polishing the floors in readiness for tonight. And she's right. I can almost see my reflection in the tiles. I'll be sure to remember that. What was that about my dresses? Just that you look different. I could have sworn you've worn a wrap dress every day since you got here. I feel my whole face burn and bless the fates for all my melanin. I thought I'd do something different. I say timidly. You look amazing, and I love that hairpin. Don't change a thing. My whole body resists the urge to touch the ornament. That's so kind of you, I reply, trying to sound casual, like I didn't plan this look for a week. She pats my elbow and shoots off in the opposite direction. I'm left reeling for a few minutes. There's no time to go back home to change. I convince myself that I did this to make a good first impression on the parents and that no one else will notice the contrast between my day-to-day look. Too late now. I mutter as I make my way to the auditorium. Oh my God, Josie! Angela squeals when I walk in. She's in there with a few other teachers who are putting the final touches on some of the displays and tables. They all turn to me, and I want to evaporate. A cacophony of compliments follows. Did we get the wrong memo? Is it singles night? I love the switch up. You look fabulous. You're making the rest of us look bad, Josie. I wave and smile awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Angela rushes up to me and leads me off to the side. We stand near a wall, out of earshot. What is going on? I'm so used to seeing you in those flowy wrap dresses. This feels unreal, she says. My stomach gets queasy. Oh, it's nothing. Look at you making such a fuss over me. Are you wearing mascara? She gasps. And concealer? Do you have a crush on one of the single dads? Hearing this, the absurdity of my actions hits me. I roll my eyes, but I can't stop giggling. No, I promise. She doesn't look convinced. Wendy appears at the door and spots us. She beelines over and greets me politely before greeting Angela more casually. Don't you recognize her? She asks Wendy with a snicker. Wendy stares me up and down. Josie, you look phenomenal. That's an exaggeration. Why is everyone going crazy today? I don't know about everyone else, Angela says, but I can see what's really going on. And that is? Wendy asks. Josie has her eyes set on somebody. Might be a member of staff. Maybe a parent. Angela shrugs with an impish smile. Both of you stop, I say with a laugh and step away. Inside, I'm beaming from the ego boost. There doesn't seem to be anything left for me to help with, so I leave and make my way to my classroom. Once I'm there, I take a peek inside, just to make sure it looks tidy. Satisfied with my setup, I step outside and stand in the hallway, anxious to see him again. Before long, the place fills up with the sounds of parents. It turns into a hive of activity. I'm greeting a mom at the door of my classroom when I look up. It's Chance coming down the hallway. I freeze and forget where I am. There's no mistaking the sight this time. It's him in the flesh, and even more handsome than I remember. He's gotten finer with age. He is just a few feet away and closing in. A wild panic rises from the pit of my stomach. There is no clause in the code of ethics on how to deal with a situation like this. Ms. Mullins? Hi there. The parent, a put-together-looking blonde with perfect makeup and trendy purple-framed glasses, reaches out her hand. I'm Kaylin's mother, Celeste. Oh, Mrs. Long. So good to meet you. Kaylin is an angel. I speak with her, but my eyes keep moving back to Chance's face. He's wandering around, looking at the exhibits. I'm saying to Celeste Long, but really I'm thinking about what I should say to Chance. As much as I thought about my outfit, I put significantly less time into what I would tell him to charm him. As in, I've barely thought about it at all. Mrs. Long, satisfied that I have Kaylin's learning properly prioritized, goes on a self-guided tour of the classroom. I stand back, my chest tightening. Chance is close enough now that I can see his 5 o'clock shadow. Other people are milling about, so it doesn't look like I'm outright staring at him. He gets closer, and my throat tightens. I have no game plan. Then he is right next to me and I can smell his fragrance. It's different from what I remember. Woodsy, somehow. I ready myself for the inevitable greeting, but he walks right past me, as if once upon a time we hadn't shared a passionate romance.
Chapter 4. Chance. The entire room goes quiet. The thumping in my chest has gone from a faint whisper to a loud pounding in my ears. That's her. I know it is. How could I have had any doubt that it was Josie, even from behind? I hear another parent talking to her. Just hearing her voice so near changes the electricity of the room. Jordan is a fantastic student, I overhear Josie say. The way her body moves hasn't changed. She's more self-assured, more beautiful. Her voice animates her face in a way that makes her whole being more alive. Jordan says amazing things about you, Miss Mullins. I don't think he's ever loved school as much as he does now. You have to be the reason. I can imagine. I look around the room, trying to distract myself, biding my time until there are fewer parents clamoring for her attention. I have a feeling that once I start talking to her, I won't want to cede the floor to anyone else. I'm impressed by the number of student projects hanging on her walls in the course of just 2 weeks. Students created pictures of the school meant to highlight their own unique perspectives on the world. In Tyler's picture of the school, he includes himself in a small corner, drawing at an easel. I'm stunned, not only by his creativity, but the creativity she seems to encourage. Miss Josie, it's been hard to get a moment with you. It's easy to understand why all the parents are so eager. Hi, Mr. Swanson. Judith is wonderful. I grab the welcome packet and move slowly around the room, which is overflowing with traces of her personality. The room is divided into stations based on subject. One is an art station, another reading, another nature, another for math. Bright colors are sprinkled all over to keep the kids engaged. Like clockwork, as I look around the classroom, her eyes keep glancing over to me. A rush of emotions and memories floods through me. Looking at her warm smile, it's hard not to remember the heat from that summer. I've never stopped thinking of her. Her curls, now slightly longer in her signature afro, but still coiled tightly, bounce a bit as she turns to her right to greet another parent. She opened my eyes that summer. Before she came into my life, I know now that I was on a path to being just like my father. She made me realize there was more to life than the mentality drilled into us from birth in Westcrest. In my lifeguard chair, I told her to watch out for a little sign from me. I would put my whistle in my mouth, pull it out with my fingers, clutch it to my chest, and let it drop. Whenever I made it, it meant, I love you. To her, the Mercedes in my driveway didn't make me the person I am. It didn't even matter that I had a car. She loved me for the sense of adventure we shared, and for always making her feel seen and protected. We were from opposite sides of town. My family, who were snobs even among the Westcrest set, would never approve of her. I didn't want to admit it, but we both knew. So we fell in love in secret. I'd sneak out at night and pick her up. We'd go park at the lake, near rustling elm trees, and just be with each other for hours. I'd tell her about how my first year at Duke was so different from everything I'd experienced in Belmont. She wanted to hear all about college. She'd talk about her dreams of becoming a teacher when she started college at UNC in the fall. And we couldn't keep our hands off of each other. Hi there. Her voice runs through me like velvet on my skin. I'm Miss Mullins. Her huge smile and bashful look tells me she's only kidding. She knows exactly who I am. And she knows I'd recognize her even if I lost my sight. I'm Mr. Worthington. It's hard to keep from laughing. I reach out my hand and she shakes it. Tyler hasn't stopped gushing about you since school started. I don't know if she even suspects how much that time meant to me. If she did, she wouldn't have been able to walk away so easily. Another parent interrupts, Typical West Crest. Miss Mullins, I'm so happy Rudy has you this year. The short brunette breaks the tension and starts talking without stopping. In a millisecond, Josie and I tacitly agree with a shrug to postpone our reintroduction for just a moment. What's a few more minutes? Her creamy brown skin and dainty shoulders sway in her dress like the thing was made just for her. She's just as beautiful as I remember, with curves to die for. More memories wash over me. The time I surprised her with diamond earrings that she'd mentioned she'd liked at the mall. I didn't expect you to get them, Chance, she'd said. Saying I like diamond earrings is like saying I'd like to go to the moon. It's not something you ever expect. You deserve it all. No matter how much I pampered her, she always surprised me when she treasured small, inexpensive things even more than extravagant gifts. Especially when I surprised her with little notes hidden in the snack bar. Or when I'd drop off her favorite takeout to the pool on days when she worked and I didn't. Then my stomach bottoms out as the darker times resurface. The end. I had been ecstatic for her to start school. She received a full scholarship to UNC Chapel Hill. I thought we'd make it work long distance, considering everything just got better and better. The last day at our jobs before we took time off to get ready for school, she told me. She didn't want to continue our relationship. She knew there was no future. It didn't matter how much I tried to argue, persuade, or beg her. There was no changing her mind. It really is nice to meet you, Mrs. Keller, she says, and the body language shows they're almost done. Rudy is a pleasure to teach. I turn and keep one ear on their conversation, waiting for a lull to seize my moment. I'm sure I'll be seeing you very soon, Miss Mullins. I've signed up for as many volunteering slots as I can. Oh, good. Well, I'll see you then. Have a good night. Mrs. Keller is the last of the stragglers to leave, and Josie's standing by the table in the front. She's all mine. She turns to me, as if she's been dying to get back to the task at hand. She slides her warm, tiny hand in mine and flutters fill my core. Let's try this again, she says. I'm Miss Mullins. Hello, Miss Mullins. I'm Chance Worthington. The third? Who's counting? We both laugh, and we start out talking about Tyler. Tyler's a wonderful student. I'm so happy to have him in my class. He always contributes and helps the other students. Clearly, you're doing something right. As are you, according to what Tyler says. He was so excited to have Mrs. Garcia, but when he came home the first day, he said he had a teacher who was even better. Miss Mullins. If it was the same Miss Mullins I thought it might be, I knew he was right, and now I know I was. It's really nice to see you, Josie. She tucks a piece of her hair behind her ear. It's really nice to see you too, Chance. It's been too long, hasn't it? It has? How long have you been back? Just the last month or so. I'm helping my mother with some health issues. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear she's sick. You were always so devoted to her. She nods. Thank you. You look wonderful. And you seem wonderful. Josie brushes her hands down her dress and looks down, then meets my eyes again. Thanks, Chance. You look really good, too. And you seem good. Doing better now? She smiles coyly, then looks away. She's nervous, fidgeting. She feels it, too. The chemistry that never left. Well, I should finish up around here. She looks back down at her desk. You got the welcome packet, right? She tries to grab a stack of papers from her desk, and they fall to the ground. I quickly reach down to retrieve them from her, and my hand lands on hers. That old spark just travels between us like lightning. A slight gasp escapes her as I help her up. I grab a stapled packet from the stack of fallen papers and wave it. Yep, welcome packet's right here. Thanks, Josie. I'm sure I'll see you soon. Yes, I'm sure you will, she says. I start walking out of the classroom and I take a quick glance back. She's staring right at me, and she quickly looks away. I turn forward and smile, walking confidently ahead. Something has stirred in both of us.
Chapter 5. Josie. It's time for your medicine, Mom, and then some time on the treadmill. My favorite, she says. I hand Mom her cup of water, along with her cup full of pills. Pills, pills. The more you take, the less it kills. She throws them back and quickly washes them down. That's so morbid, Mom. But it's funny. It's a ritual for her to say some witticism every time she takes her pills. I think it's her way of maintaining some semblance of control amid her unending routine of treatments, appointments, and medications. She steps onto the exercise equipment and sets it for 30 minutes at a semi-brisk walking pace. It flashes images of different exotic locations, as if she's walking through a portal to anywhere else she'd rather be than Aunt Denise's finished basement. She always makes her discomfort look so manageable, or that she has no discomfort at all. I take the fluffy love seat next to the treadmill. Sorry to make you jealous, Mom. I'm gonna grade some papers if that's okay. Of course. Fine by me. I'll be here, walking my cares away. I doubt I'll be able to concentrate at all. I've been unable to focus on any task, from brushing my teeth to cleaning my chalkboards, without thoughts of Chance surfacing. I haven't had a crush like this in years. I might not have felt this way since I was with Chance the first time. As I grade each assignment, I'm reminded of how much I enjoy truly teaching elementary students. When their imagination is let loose, they seem to have all the perfect answers to the world's problems. Tyler Worthington, I read off the paper. I break into a huge smile thinking about the sweet, rambunctious little boy who looks so much like his father. And I can't help but see Chance's face, as it was then and as it was now. Chance is even more handsome than he was 10 years ago somehow. Black may not crack, but Chance has found the fountain of youth. The slight tinge of gray around his temples makes him look more distinguished. His laugh lines make him look kinder. Is it happenstance, or is it fate, that Tyler happens to be one of my students after all this time? My reacquaintance with Chance has sparked new energy in me. But I keep having flashbacks to when I broke things off, and I remember the obstacles that kept us apart then. And now I know there might be even more obstacles now. I have no idea what happened to Tyler's mother. I didn't see a wedding ring, but that doesn't mean he's not married. And even if he's divorced, there's nothing to say that he doesn't have a girlfriend. I can't believe I'm heading down this direction already. But there's something about him that never left between us. That summer feels so long ago in some ways, but it also feels like no time has passed at all. We're exactly the same people. But if we're the same people as we were then, it means we have the same differences. And that's what kept us from working. The work was hard, but it never felt grueling, mostly because we were around each other. We called it a classic romance between West Crest Country Club's hot whitehead lifeguard and the cute black girl working at the snack bar. I snuck glances at him, but I made him promise to keep his glances to a minimum to prevent the risk of drowning. The day it ended, we went to our usual spot, and he never expected what was coming. I was so nervous. Maybe if I don't bring it up, it can just fade away. But I didn't want to do that to either of us. Chance, the summer's ending, we know that. And you're going off to Duke, I'm going to UNC. Of course. And I'm committed to doing long distance, Josie. I'm prepared to do anything for you. Even tell your parents? Josie, we've talked about this. The timing isn't right. Will the timing ever be right, Chance? The look on his face broke my heart, mainly because as much as he wanted the answer to be yes, the idea seemed unlikely. His look answered for him. It will never be right. I think we need to end things now. The longer we do this, the harder it will be. Josie, please, we can do this. We're too good together. You're the one for me. Chance, we're so young. We'll both meet people at school. People who you won't have to sacrifice your whole life for. And I won't have to sacrifice who I am. But Josie, I love you. All the other times he'd said it, it made my heart sore. But this time, it stabbed like a knife. I love you too, Chance. but I can't. We love each other. That's not enough? I don't think it is, Chance. It's better this way. Can you really see a future between us? Yes, Josie, I can. Well, I can't. I could see it, though. Although what I saw was him needing to sacrifice so many other things to be with me. I needed him to give up hope so I could let go of my own hopes, too. I loved him so much. That was exactly why I had to let him go. I knew I would never be comfortable in that sort of world, and he would never be comfortable having me there or having to give it up for me. Chance was heartbroken, and I was the one breaking it. He dropped me off at home that night. We had one last kiss in the car, maybe the most passionate of my life, and that was it. It ended. The beeping treadmill notification of the end of the session snaps me out of my reverie. Good job, Mom. How far was that? About 1,000 miles? Yeah, rounding up, you're probably right. How are you feeling? Tired, a little woozy, but good. She gives me the once-over. And how about you, Josie? How do you feel? Me? I'm good. Why? You sat in that spot for 10 minutes staring into space. And I know because I was on a timer. You barely touched your folder of papers. I take her hand and help her off, then give her a glass of water I had prepared. I'm the one who's supposed to be asking you those questions, Mama. I'm your mother. I'll always be asking those kinds of questions. So what's up? We both sit down on the love seat, and she drinks her water, getting back her breath. Just pensive about being back in Belmont, I guess. Lots of things have changed here. So I've noticed. But still the most beautiful place in Georgia, like you always say. I heard that Peter Belmont got married. Yeah, this artist, Alex Lightwood from the East End. Do you know her? Name sounds familiar, but I was never really in the artsy crowd so much, and definitely not in the Peter Belmont crowd. How'd he wind up marrying an artist? Who knows how these things happen? I think they're happy, though. That's what I've heard, at least. You know that rumor mill at the doctor's offices? Do you think it'll last? Why wouldn't it? But I don't know any more than you. Since when do you care about the goings-on of that crowd? I mean, I know some of them. I know a little bit from when I worked at the country club. I'm just curious. What do you think of a match like that? My mom gives me that stare only my mom can give, the one she's been giving me ever since my childhood. The look that feels like she can see right through me and see every single one of my thoughts. I think that love, no matter where it is, will always find a way for anyone to be together. That's probably true. My mother is probably right. 18-year-old me had a much narrower vision of the world. All I knew was East End and West Crest. I hadn't seen the world beyond that, and I was used to the rigid views of the ruling class here. Although Chance's parents are in a class of their own, when it comes to caring about appearances, even more than the Belmonts know where they stand. The Worthingtons, I guess, feel like they have to fight to keep their piece of it. But that doesn't mean that Chance is like that. He wasn't like that when I knew him, and maybe he isn't now. He's not a caricature. He's my first love, and I shouldn't second-guess myself. I think no matter what, the most important thing is for people to follow their hearts. My mother says, screw everyone else. Amen to that, Mama. I kiss her on the cheek, and I wonder if I'll ever get to kiss Chance again.
Chapter 6, Chance. So, how did my son do today? I ask, leaning against the door as I watch Tyler pack up his things and chat with his friends. We made leaf prints, Tyler exclaims, rushing to show me his newest art project. He holds it up, the leaf print fluttering in his hand at the breeze his whirlwind movements have created. I reach out and pluck it from his eager grasp, holding it up. This is amazing, buddy. I grin. My eyes slide over to Josie, who's standing over the kids while she waits for the remaining parents to arrive. "Did you see Tyler's print?" I ask, offering it out. "It's a work of art." It really is quite something. The print handled with the utmost care, every detail of the leaf standing out in perfect stark contrast. Tyler has such an affinity for art projects, and it seems like having Josie for a teacher has made him even more enthusiastic. I did. Josie looks up, a soft smile on her face. He's a natural. "I'm going to be a real artist someday, Dad," Tyler tells me, a serious look on his face. I grin and pat his back, hiding the grimace that bubbles up inside as I think about what my father might have to say about Tyler's aspirations. "You can do it," I tell him, suppressing the devil on my shoulder taking the form of my father. "You can do anything you put your mind to." "Thanks, Dad, I've got all my stuff." He jumps up, backpack lopsided. "Ready to go?" "Just a moment. Did you get your lunchbox?" I don't see it, and checking for it is the perfect excuse to hang back for a little longer. "Oh, I think I left it in my cubby." Tyler runs over to the row of cubbies on the wall. He pulls out his superhero lunchbox and waves it around, a grin on his chubby cheeks. "Here it is." "Should we check just to make sure you didn't leave anything else?" I ask. Tyler giggles and rifles through his cubby, checking to make sure everything essential is packed away. I catch the few seconds when Josie is staring at us, tapping her pencil against her desk. She continues to smile as her eyes trail up and down my form, and I notice she puts her hand on her mouth subtly to hide her smile. It's something she used to do when we were dating. "Done," he says after a few seconds. "Only my lunchbox." He pokes his tongue through the gap in his lower teeth, wiggling it around. The tooth came out just the other night, and the tooth fairy left him a shiny $10 bill. Apparently that's the going rate for teeth these days. "Great. Let's go, bud." I put my hand on his back to guide him to the exit and throw a wave at Josie over my shoulder. I rack my brain for an excuse to keep talking to her. I want to know what else she's been up to in the intervening years since we knew each other. I still remember the way she was back then, when life was full of so much promise. Back before she left for school, before she broke my heart. But that was in the past. I've grown and changed since then. I'm sure Josie has too. Maybe I could get to know her again. We were so young. I don't blame Josie. It might have hurt, and it might have stung my pride. But looking back as a grown man, I can understand why she did it. She had to follow her heart and find herself. But she's back now, back in Belmont and back in my life, and this time maybe things will be different. Tyler chats my ear off on the ride home, telling me all about his day. As a dad, I know I ought to be focused on what he's saying. But my mind is still lingering on Josie. I still can't believe she's Tyler's teacher. What are the odds? She always wanted to be a teacher, but to be teaching second grade back in town when my son is there. There's so much I don't know about her. Hanging around outside the classroom while my son packs his bags isn't exactly the ideal location for a catching-up session. The next morning when I'm dropping Tyler off for school, I catch a whiff of freesia and jasmine. It's the perfume that Josie used to wear. "Do you like it?" I remember her asking, not about her perfume, but about her new dress. The scent takes me back to that moment, though. She was twirling, showing off the flared blue skirt. Truth be told, I was so enamored with her. She could have danced a jig in front of me wrapped in cleaning rags, and I'd still think she was beautiful. "You look gorgeous," I had told her as I leaned down to kiss her. Our mouths brushed lightly, and I felt a surge of electricity down my spine. If everyone I knew met you, they'd all love you, Josie. I was so gone for her back then. Tyler tugs on my hand and shakes me from my daydream. It's like she never really left my thoughts, even after all these years. "Hey, Miss Josie," I say, going for casual as Tyler races over to his desk. "Good morning, Mr. Worthington," Josie says, her smile bright and sunny as always. That smile I couldn't get out of my head for years. "How was your evening?" "It was great, thanks for asking," The corners of her eyes crinkle when she smiles. How about you? Good. Great. We had an easy night. I'm so glad you don't give a lot of homework. Josie looks up from writing the daily activities on the board. My philosophy on homework is that some homework can help children practice and remember what they learned, but too much homework has diminishing returns. That's a great way to think about it, I tell her. Thank you, she says, turning back to me. Her voice is soft as our eyes meet, holding each other's gazes for a long moment before Tyler breaks the tension by running up to give me a hug. Bye, Dad. I'll see you after school. Right, I say, looking down at him. Can't wait to pick you up. I'll be here right at 3. I glance back at Josie one last time. Her curly hair is held back from her face with a wide red headband. In her baby blue dress and red cardigan, she looks every bit the picture of the perfect elementary school teacher. I see her again in my mind in the deep blue dress she wore on our last date, the one just before the breakup. It was the last big summer party before we left for school, the first time I introduced her to any of my friends. They all liked her, but of course no one got a chance to know her. She looks even prettier now. I turn and walk away. I have work anyway. And I'll see her later, I remind myself. At 3, I stroll back into the classroom, all too eager to see her again. She's been on my mind all day. Hey, Ty, pack up, buddy, I call out, and he packs up his stuff, surrounded by a few boys trading some kind of cards with him. Hi, Miss Josie, I add, lifting a hand in acknowledgement. She grins and waves back. Tyler breaks off from the group and collects his cards, then runs over. Guess what? He tells his friends. Our chef is going to make spaghetti for dinner. Josie's smile doesn't falter, but I see the change in her eyes. Right. Our chef. Just another reminder that I'm still Chance Worthington III, and she was poor Josie Mullins from the other side of the tracks. We're still worlds apart. But do we have to be? If I fought harder, I could have stopped my family's money from getting in the way. I let everyone else run roughshod over me, dictating my future and my life. I can't change the past, but I can try harder now. What would my life look like now if I didn't let them choose for me? Tyler hugs me just then, reminding me that no matter what, I don't regret the choices I made. They led me to having him. But any choice I make for my future will be deliberate. That means going after what I want. And in this case, what I want is Josie.
Chapter 7. Josie. And I just think that Andrew could be doing better. Miss Mullins, Annabeth says, gesturing to her son. He's standing next to her, shoulders hunched. Annabeth Stevens is the exact kind of Westcrest parent I dreaded dealing with most. The overly involved type who pushes their child beyond what they can handle. It makes the kid hate learning, and I get admonished when they aren't performing up to their parents' preconceived standards. Good morning, Miss Josie, Tyler says brightly. Oh, thank goodness. I'm saved from a Stevens tirade. Chance strolls through the door behind him, and my heart immediately starts beating faster. Mrs. Stevens, I have to get class started in a minute, but I'd be delighted to spend some extra one-on-one time with Andrew on reading. Annabeth, still in front of me at an uncomfortably close distance, gives a haughty nod. Thank you. I look forward to the results. She practically curtsies to Chance as she walks past, and he nods. It dawns on me that even among this crowd, there's a pecking order. Chance's cheerful smile is a welcome reprieve as I brush off Mrs. Stevens. What is it about him that has me reacting like a schoolgirl with a crush? Oh, probably the crush I have. Hello today, Tyler, I say, genuinely happy to see him. He's a bright spot in my class, a talented artist in the making, and the well-behaved, curious student that we all hope to have. It's likely a testament to his upbringing. I don't know what the mother's like, but Chance is the sort of involved parent who also understands when to let his child stand on his own. Even if he weren't Chance, he'd be a joy to work with. Him being Chance is an added bonus. Miss Josie, I have something for you. Tyler deposits a shiny red apple into my hand. Oh, thank you. I'm touched by the gesture. Chance approaches. Tyler saw a cartoon where they brought the teacher an apple, and he talked all night about it. He was in the produce section for 10 minutes to make sure he got the best one. That's so sweet, I tell him. I hope he can tell I'm talking about both of them. Chance was always so thoughtful about things like that, even as a teenager. That was one of the reasons I was hesitant back then, too. It could be alarming, like the diamond earrings he bought me because I casually said I liked them. Even $10 would have been a lot for me to spend on earrings. He spent $1,000 on me like it was a few nickels. It would have taken me all summer to earn that. I wish I hadn't let my insecurities get to me then. Now he's probably off limits, maybe a married man. I'm just his son's teacher. Delicious, I say, taking a bite. She loves it, Tyler says loudly. Well, glad you like it, Chance says with a chuckle. The room goes silent for a moment as we lock eyes. Chance is just being nice, that's all, I remind myself. Knowing Chance, Tyler's mother is probably someone like him. Someone kind and sweet who fits into his world. Someone with money, not someone like a second-grade teacher. I tug absent-mindedly on a stray curl. Go ahead and take your seat, Tyler, I tell him. Nice to see you again, Mr. Worthington. Even if it hurts, I address him formally for the benefit of those around us. I don't want anyone getting the wrong idea, especially not Annabeth, who is still hovering near the cubbies, fussing over her son. Nice to see you too, Miss Mullins, Chance says, nodding as he heads out. As soon as he's gone, Annabeth comes up to me again. Such a shame about that one. I'm barely paying attention now, but I glance up. Chance Worthington, she says, shaking her head. Losing his wife like that. She was so young, but that's what addiction does to you. Oh, I say, nodding solemnly. Such a shame. How long ago was it? Oh, a few years ago now. Anyway, I didn't come to talk about that. Are you free for a meeting after school? She asks. My mind is a million miles away. Chance is a widower? Still, I shouldn't even be entertaining those kinds of ideas, especially not when Mrs. Stevens is trying to coerce me into another after-school liaison. No, sorry, I say, giving her a big smile, but putting a bit of steel in my voice. I can't meet with you today, Mrs. Stevens. I've got a meeting with the principal. The rest of the week is pretty busy, I'm afraid. And mid-semester parent-teacher conferences are in a few weeks. We can discuss Andrew's education needs in greater detail then, too. Until then, I'll give extra attention to his reading. Annabeth purses her lips. She nods and sighs loudly. She's not used to being told no, I'm sure. Like most Westcrest parents. But I'm not easily intimidated by parents like her. She leaves and I breathe out, turning to face the students as the bell rings to start the day. Good morning, everyone, I call out. The students say good morning back, and I begin to go through our morning schedule. Every so often my mind wanders back to Chance. Seeing him again awakens so many memories, good and bad. Our relationship was such a whirlwind. Every second of that summer passed in a blur. Maybe we moved too fast to get to know each other as well as we should have. How well can you know yourself at that age? Much less another person. Okay, who can tell me how to spell the word friendship? I ask my students. Several students raise their hands. Tyler, I ask, picking him out. He spells the word, and I write it each letter on the board as he says it, letting the other students copy it down. Looks like someone practiced their spelling list. I smile as I turn back around. My dad and I practice every morning on the way to school. Tyler's eyes crinkle from the big grin on his face. Wow. Extra credit goes to Chance. Focus, Josie. My daydreams can wait. As much as I'd like to know what could have been, now isn't the time to find out. I'm his son's teacher. How cliché can I be? And that's assuming he'd even be interested. Just because he's a widower doesn't mean he doesn't have options. My heart aches when I think about him losing his wife, and it aches even more for Tyler. I picture him on his wedding day, and I feel a surge of loss. As much as I try to tamp down my crush, I'm embarrassed by how eager I am to see Chance at pickup time. When Chance arrives, it's even better than my daydreams. He's so handsome, but he commands the space around him with ease. He's got on a blue button-up under a navy blazer. His slim gray trousers show off the fact that he must work out frequently. "Miss Josie," he says, stepping into my space and holding out a bouquet of wildflowers. I stare at it, brows wrinkling. "May I speak to you in private?" I follow him out into the hall, cocking my head to the side as I wonder what in the world is going on. "What's up?" I ask. "For you." He hands the flowers to me. I'm stunned. "Thank you." I somehow manage to get out. "What are these for?" "I'd love to properly catch up, Josie. And doing it at pickup and drop off, when you're wrangling a dozen kids and surviving their uptight moms, is not the right time or place. Would you consider going to dinner with me this Friday?" I try to restrain my expression, but inside I'm practically jumping up and down. Chance is already one of the most attractive men I've ever met. I forgot just how weak in the knees his southern charm can make me. My mind struggles to catch up, and I realize he's just asked me on a date. Oh my God, is this really happening? I realize Chance is still waiting. I look up at him, swallowing. Maybe there is still something between us. Maybe taking a risk can show me if there's still a spark there. "Yes," I stammer out. "Yes, I would love to go out with you, Chance." "I look forward to seeing you then, Miss Josie." Chance nods at me before slipping away into the classroom to find his son. They come back out, and we say our real goodbyes. I watch them leave, my heart fluttering in my chest.
Chapter 8. Chance. When I pick Tyler up, I feel like I'm floating. Friday is 2 days away. I don't want Tyler to know what's going on, so I force myself to remain subdued. All I want to do, though, is shout to him and all the world that his beautiful, smart, incredible teacher said yes to a date with his dad. Tyler chats my ear off about their spelling lesson and how he got called on 3 times, but I'm on cloud 9 and barely paying attention. "And that's why I want to join the art club," Tyler finishes, and I realize I missed half of what he was saying. "Art club?" "Yeah, Miss Josie and Mrs. Vaughn are the leaders, and they said we can sign up starting next week." "I'll look into it," I promise him. "As long as you keep your grades up, I think it would be great." I think of my father. Prescott Worthington would probably throw a fit at the idea of his offspring doing something like art club, but I refuse to be like him. If my son wants to pursue art, he'll have my full support. Still, the idea of the battle that will surely erupt when Father finds out ties my stomach into knots. Talking with him gives me a headache on a good day. But I'm more than comfortable standing up to him when I need to. I'm not my father, even if we share a name, though he goes by Prescott, a name I have no idea the origin of, and I go by my middle name, Chance. Our birth certificates both say William Chance Worthington. It's the same name as his father as well. Our lineage may run deep, but I will not be a carbon copy image of what my father expects me to be. At home, Mrs. Evans ushers Tyler into the kitchen for a snack. I go to my office to finish a few client reports for work. Father wasn't thrilled that I shortened my work days after Claire died, but it's important to be home with Tyler. The trade-off is that sometimes I have to work from home. Like now, even though I can hardly pay attention to work. Not when my mind is on Josie's smile when I gave her the bouquet. The dimples in her cheeks are downright distracting. Work is tedious, and my mind is barely focused on it. But I slog through as quickly as possible, so I can have dinner with Tyler and Mrs. Evans. "Hey, bud," I greet Tyler as I walk into the kitchen. Tyler is finishing his homework while Mrs. Evans sets the kitchen table for the two of us. "It's all ready for you, sir," Mrs. Evans says. Chef is going to prepare Tyler's lunch for tomorrow, and then he'll be off. Very good. I nod. You can leave whenever you'd like as well, Mrs. Evans. Although, would you like to stay and join us for dinner as our guest? I must excuse myself, she says. But another night. Oh, wait, actually. I hold up my hand, stopping her. Friday night, I'm going to dinner with a colleague. Can you stay with Tyler? Certainly, I'd love to. Mrs. Evans narrows her eyes at me, trying to read my expression. I smile, hoping I look innocent. I think she suspects something, but she's discreet enough to let it drop. Tyler glances up at me, tilting his head. Where are you going, Dad? Just out, I say, slipping into the chair next to him. How's the homework coming? All done, he proclaims, waving his worksheet. Easy peasy. I promise him I'll check it out after dinner. We dive into our meatloaf and mashed potatoes, which Tyler proclaims is the best meal ever. He polishes off the whole thing. After dinner, I check his spelling, and then we play a little chess before bed. I admit I wasn't around as often when he was younger. I'm glad I'm here for him now, although I hate that tragedy prompted it. We sit and talk as I tuck him in, like every night. Dad, thank you for helping me with my homework. You're a good dad. I lean over and kiss his forehead. Thank you for letting me. And you're a great kid. Sweet dreams. I love you. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite, Tyler finishes with a grin. I love you too, Dad. I leave the door open a crack and head to my own room to settle in. Now that I'm alone, my thoughts drift to Josie. I'm lucky to get a second chance at all. I hope I manage to sweep her off her feet. I fall asleep, making plans in my head for various dates to go on together. The next 2 days pass torturously slow, but Friday afternoon finally arrives. I rush Tyler home and get ready for my date. I hold out different options before settling on a sage green button-down with khaki pants. Tyler wanders in as I'm combing my hair. He settles onto my bed, staring at me. Where are you going? He asks. I'm going to dinner with a friend, I tell him carefully. How come you're all dressed up? Don't you like to look nice for your friends? I ruffle his hair. Dad! Tyler yelps, giggling as I swoop in and start tickling him, distracting him from his questions. All right, I'll be back later, bud, I tell him. Be good for Mrs. Evans, okay? I will, he promises. I lean down and kiss his forehead before pocketing my wallet and heading to the garage. I'm taking the Beamer tonight. I want to pull out all the stops. We meet at the restaurant, East 75, a small place overlooking East End. It's a relaxed atmosphere, but cozy enough to be romantic without trying too hard. Josie's dark hair is pulled back with a few big clips. She's wearing a gorgeous white and yellow dress that clings to every curve. I swallow, trying to remind myself that I'm a gentleman. You look beautiful, I tell her. She takes my offered hand and we head inside. I give the hostess our name and we're led to the table straight away. A beautiful bouquet of roses sits on it for Josie. I called ahead to arrange it. You're going to spoil me, Josie murmurs. That's the plan. As we sit down, she looks at the card. To our first date, it reads, I just want her to feel as special as she makes me feel when she looks at me. So tell me, how have you been? What have you been up to since you left for school? I try to keep it light. The conversation flows easily, the two of us slipping into a natural rhythm like no time at all has passed. She tells me about how she worked in a school in Orlando for a while before her mom got sick. Josie's eyes light up when she tells me her dream of creating an art program for underprivileged children. That's amazing, I tell her. You're amazing, you know. She dips her head and I reach out to take her hand. She takes mine, too. What about you? She asks. I'm a partner at the family law firm. It pays the bills. I thought you didn't want to work for your dad's firm. Yeah, but sometimes life gets in the way. I was thinking about going into public interest. But when we found out Claire was pregnant, I was still in school. My father pushed for us to get married. He'd pay for my law school and cover my expenses if I came back to work for the firm. So that's what happened. I'd still like to do public interest, though. Maybe one day. You should, Josie says gently. You'd be able to help so many people. We'll see. I smile. Josie makes me feel like I can do anything. Dinner finishes up, and we decide to walk the few blocks to Josie's place, enjoying the beginning of the cooler days of fall. The stars are out, and there's electricity in the air between us. I reach for her hand, and she slips it into mine. We reminisce about walking down these same streets late at night. Josie goes quiet and starts to speak up. You know, I've thought a lot about the way that I ended things all those years ago, Chance. I pause, just looking at her, listening. I can barely breathe. She continues softly. I know I could have handled it better. I just want you to know that it's something that's been on my conscience since then. I've never felt good about that. We were kids then, and everything happens for a reason. And who knows? I swing our linked hands. Maybe all the choices we've made led us to this moment. You're right, she says, a little chuckle escaping her mouth. It's unbelievably adorable, and I just want to kiss her. What are the odds I'd end up as your son's teacher? We stand outside on her porch, and I stare at her, drinking in those hazel eyes and full lips. I want to memorize every detail of this moment. Josie Mullins is standing right in front of me, and she might be giving me a second chance. Thank you for a lovely evening, Chance. I've never forgotten how sweet you were. You were always sweeping me off my feet. That's what I'm going for, I say, leaning in to whisper it into her ear. She glances back slowly. Would you like to come inside? She asks, voice nearly breathless. Yes, I say, without a moment of hesitation. I want to spend as much time as I can with her before I have to say goodnight.
Chapter 9. Josie. This is it, not much, I admit as Chance follows me into the living room. I watch him as he checks out the room, but his eyes are fixed to me and nothing else. It's lovely, he says. It's very you. I love it. Wine? Immediately after asking, I realize I don't know what I have. I'd love some, sure. I go into my kitchen and grab the one and only wine bottle and 2 glasses. Memories from years ago keep coming back along the way. That time he brought me flowers he picked personally, and he made a lifelong enemy of the family's gardener. Other memories are sweet with a dash of spice. I had never been with anyone who kissed like that, and his lifeguard body looked like something from a magazine. Now he looks even better. Here you go, a glass of Cabernet. I set everything on the coffee table, which is now more of a wine table, and squeeze in next to him, my body melting at the feel of him against me. But almost as soon as my legs touch the cushion, I spring back up, cursing myself. Corkscrew. I shake my head and dash to the kitchen and back as quickly as possible. I come back with it and hand it to Chance to use. That was always our routine when he managed to take a bottle from his parents' wine cellar. He's reading the bottle. From Australia, huh? Yep. Actually, I have no idea. All I know is I want to feel his body against me again. Now I sit next to him, and the warmth of his skin through his trousers heats my body from below. Chance uncorks the bottle and pours. We turn to face each other. He's really here, I think. It simultaneously seems impossible, yet so right. What should we toast to? He asks. New beginnings, I say hopefully. It was a first date. It literally said so on the card with the flowers. This is not 2 old friends catching up. To second chances, he says, and we clink our glasses together. Our eyes meet, and oh, those green eyes of his. He could always make me weak in the knees with those eyes. A lot has changed since we were teenagers, but not that. We drink. A nice warm glow flows through me, loosening my growing desire. This is delicious. He's looking at me while he says it. I'm glad you like it. He picks up my hand and then wraps his other hand around it too. Just this simple touch sends a shiver running through me. I can't stop myself. I kiss him, and it grows with more and more urgency. He wraps his arms around me tightly, clutching my shoulders with one hand, then my waist with another, as if his hands are remembering. As if his hands are telling me that this is where they belong. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. The covers are pulled back, and he lowers me delicately onto the bed. I realize he's fully dressed. He notices me noticing his clothes. He kneels down next to the bed, grabs my hand, and kisses it. I want to stay. You have no idea how much. But you know, I have to get home. Tyler. I know. I look up sleepily, glowing from the amazing communion with him earlier. But I want to see you again soon, and not just at the school. He leans down and kisses my forehead. I tilt my head up, and he brushes his lips against mine. Then he does it again. I wish I didn't have to leave. I know, but you have to. That's a direct order. You're amazing, he says. You're pretty great yourself. See you soon, my Josie, he says. Good night, Chance. He shuts the light off on his way out. The door closes and he's gone. I roll over and wrap my arms around myself. It is not as good as hugging him, but as far as new beginnings go, this was nothing short of spectacular.
Chapter 10. Chance. What is going on out there? My mom, Margaret, joins me on her shaded terrace with a platter of mini pies in her hands. She looks out over the Worthington estate grounds, where Tyler and my dad are monkeying around in the late morning sun. My son squeals. You can run, but you can't hide. The Shetland pony he is riding gallops forward toward my dad, Prescott, who barely dodges a blast of water from the toy gun aimed at him. I think Tyler's a sheriff and he's trying to catch Grandpa the outlaw. Or something like that, I say with a huge smile plastered across my face. I put the pitcher I'm holding onto the large table near the alfresco kitchen. Then I take the platter from my mother and set it down. After finding a place for the pies on the heavily laden tabletop, I help gather them and set them down as well. Is that everything? I ask. The aroma from the food hits me and my stomach grumbles. Luckily enough, we're finally done, my mom says. I don't know if your stomach can take more waiting, and I don't know how long I can take it complaining. Who's complaining now, Mom? I flash her a smile and look over in the yard. Will you call them or will I? Tyler jumps off his horse. Mom smiles and waves at him. I don't think we'll have to. Dad taps on Tyler playfully and runs toward the house, heaving from laughter. His grandson chases after him with a water gun and sprays like his life depends on it. They race up the wide terrace steps and pant their way over to us. Mom tuts them when they try to sit down. Not so fast, you two. Only clean hands can sit at my table. They do as instructed, and I watch a stable hand lead the horse away. We all sit down and say grace, and then I busy myself to help dish out food for everyone. Did you bring out my stevia, Maggie? Dad asks. Her eyes traverse the length of the table. I could have sworn... I'll get it. I jump up and bound into the house. I almost miss the look that passes between my parents. They pounce as soon as I return with the sweetener. You know, honey, I can't remember the last time you've been so engaged with us when you came over. Dad chips in. Yeah, you usually just drop off Tyler, and if you stay, you're engrossed in your laptop. I put my fork down, unsure of how much to tell them, if anything. A smile breaks out on my face. I'm not that bad, you guys. Well, that extra bright smile today says otherwise. What is you so upbeat? Prescott raises both eyebrows at me as my mom waits for an answer. I glance at Tyler, who wolfs down food, pretending not to listen. As great as Josie is, I'm not yet ready to share her with him. Buddy, can you go watch some TV for a bit? I need to talk to Grandma and Grandpa for a minute alone. Oh, man. Take your plate with you and fill it up if you have to, I say. He grabs his plate without adding to it and heads inside. What is it that can't be said in front of him? Mom asks with furrowed eyebrows. It's nothing serious. I mean, it's serious, but not serious in a bad way. My gaze passes from one to the other. It's Josie Mullins. We've rekindled our romance. My parents stare blankly. They have no idea who I'm talking about. Right. I never told them. It's hard to comprehend how all-encompassing she has become. I've drunken so much of her in the past few weeks, it feels like my skin radiates her. Dad clears his throat after an uncomfortable silence. The name doesn't ring a bell. I dated her a long time ago, when I was 19 and lifeguarding at the club. She worked in the snack shop. I don't know if you remember her from when she worked there. Maybe. With the, hair? She raises her hands around her head to imitate an afro. I'm shocked she remembers Josie's signature hairdo. Although given the country club set, it's not the most common look there. I blink a second too long and can almost feel the way her hair rubs against my neck and cheek when I hug her from behind. My parents' eyes are still on me when I open mine. Hard as it is, I shake the image of Josie off and concentrate. Yeah. She came back to Belmont a few months ago, and we ran into each other when the school year started. One thing led to another. Now we've been dating again for a few weeks. Oh, honey. I'm happy you're happy. Is she from a decent family? She grew up in the East End, and she lives there now. She teaches at the elementary school. That's how we ran into each other again. Oh, Really? It's my dad, Prescott. I was bracing for his judgment, but the disappointment in his face cuts deeply. She's brilliant and just a wonderful person all around. I've never met anyone like her. Well, sure. When you're around the elite your whole life, someone who's not will stand out. Prescott! My mother yells. Just hear him out first. Does Tyler know her? He's in her class. My father throws up his hands. God, son. Why? There are plenty of nice girls who aren't your kids' elementary school teacher. It's okay, Prescott. Maybe she believes in giving back, but her family is decent. What does her father do? She grew up in Belmont with a struggling single mom. No father. He puts his fork down and stares at me like I have purple spots on my forehead. She's come a long way. She has an excellent career. She's a rising star at the school. Tyler adores her as his teacher. Mom purses her lips and slips her hand into her husband's, a silent show of a united front against my relationship with Josie. So, you've been single for 3 years since your wife died, not because you were looking for the perfect match, but because you were holding a flame for some broke elementary school teacher? He asks. What if this time she leaves with more than just your heart? Some people only see dollar signs when you walk by. I look at one, then the other. Why did I think they'd share in my excitement? They've always been like this. Why would they suddenly change now? I mean, you could meet her first before assassinating her character like this. She's a wonderful person. Money is the last thing on her mind. Don't be naive, son, Prescott says. He lifts a hand and waves it through the air. Look around at this estate. What does someone of a lower social standing know about a life like this? What does she know about everything a place in society entails? Do you really think I can't vet people's intentions? If what you're telling us is any indication, then yes, you could use a more discerning eye most likely, my dad says. I turn to my mom, but as usual, she is enabling him. She avoids my gaze. Her hand is still in his. Listen to your father, she says when I shoot to my feet. My chair's legs scrape against the floor when I get up. No, he needs to listen to me. This isn't 8 years ago when I got married. I'm a 30-year-old man now. It gives me a death stare, which I happily return. Have your little fun, whatever. But your mother and I will still work on finding you someone appropriate. No need, I say. I step away from the table, then shoot them a look. I'm going to see what Tyler is up to, and I'll get out of your hair soon enough. I stalk off into the house. I don't really care for their approval. I found Josie again and have no intention of losing her. Now or ever.
Chapter 11. Josie. See you soon, my Josie. The last words that Chance said to me as we left our date echo in my mind. It's the same way he'd say goodbye that summer, every time. After more than a decade, it still feels the same, just like his laugh. Who would guess that feeling that everything would last forever would come back during our last kiss? The last few months have been some of the best in my life, all because I have him back in my life again. Mom is now just waking up from her sleep, and I sit next to her on the chair by her bed. Feel rested? I ask her once she sets her eyes on me. Somewhat, Mom answers. It's hard to get into that true deep sleep when your body feels like it's conspiring against you all the time. Oh, I know, I blurt out. But my lack of control isn't from ill health, but from the way my body reacts anytime Chance is around. You do? Don't tell me you're feeling sick now. I don't know if I could handle that. It's one thing for me to be, but your child... Oh, no, I reassure her, laughing. I don't know. Maybe it's more when you're happy. You can feel it in your bones somehow. You have seemed awfully happy lately. Of course I'm happy. I love my job. You're doing well, and I get to see you all the time. I know you love me, but I'm not sure if you love me that much. No. You're the type of happy that comes along when you're happy with someone else. Someone you like a little more than your mother, or a little differently at the very least. Mom gives a big grin. Is it that obvious? I admit. Sweetie, when it comes to matters of the heart, it's always obvious to your mother. Mom focuses all her attention on me. So how serious? I don't quite know how to answer that. I've known him for 11 years, but we've just started dating again in the last few weeks. But the dinners, the walks, even just getting coffee in town have been amazing. Nothing serious really, but a lot of potential. I have to say, things are going well. I can't hide my smile. They certainly seem like it. She smiles, but there's something behind it. A small look of concern. You haven't been back in town for that long. How long have you been seeing him? We've been on a few dates, and we've seen each other around for a few months. I wasn't looking for anything with anyone. But when he approached me, he was a chance that I wanted to take. I give a silent chuckle at my own pun. Well, you do seem happy, but still, it seems sudden. You don't want to let it overpower everything else. You just got back, and you're still so young. Actually, Mom, it's not so sudden. He's someone I dated before. It's time to tell her. Really? Remember when I worked at West Crest Country Club? Of course. Who? I was so mad when you got that job. It had only been a year since they let in their first black member, a congressional representative, and they almost didn't let him in, except for all the protests, which we, of course, went to. I was proud of you, though. You said, well, they'll have to let in one more proud black woman too now. Some things never change, Mama. I definitely schooled some of those rich white folk. Chance, though. He was not one of those types. Obviously. Or else I wouldn't have dated him. He was the head lifeguard. We dated, but I didn't want to go to college with a commitment. That was smart of you, Mom says in an accepting tone. Stranger or not, there's a difference between love and infatuation. I want to keep talking about this, but I'm starving. You hungry, baby? Mom asks me, getting up. I made some hard-boiled eggs last night. I was thinking of some egg salad, and you can't be mad at me because eggs are protein. Protein, yes, but if they're slathered in mayonnaise, it's pure saturated fat. A tablespoon of mayonnaise at most for all of it, Mom. Use mustard, too. As long as there are olives in it, that's fine. That's Mom in a nutshell. Willing to compromise so long as she feels like she won, and also willing to eat the oddest food combinations. If she weren't postmenopausal, I'd swear she's pregnant. We make our way into the kitchen. Mom approaches the refrigerator with me, and I shoo her away to sit at the kitchen table. She protests, but she's grateful for the respite. As I begin to pull out the eggs, egg slicer, and everything else I need, I start smiling, thinking about Chance's huge smile while he would flip his lifeguard whistle, drop it down, and hold it. Sneaking out with him were some of the only times I went against Mom's rules, back when she was strong enough to never back down from a fight. That's how I knew it was love. It was the happiest I had been. I've felt the same happiness since we had our second first date. Honey, don't forget the olives. Oh, right. The egg salad. Which kind? The Kalamata, the purple. She starts getting up, and I bid her to sit back down. I think it pains her almost physically not to be able to do everything herself. I finish the egg salad for me and Mom, making sandwiches on toasted rye. I even put little pickle spears next to them like a real deli. I sit down and we start eating. So, tell me more about this boy. What's his name again? Chance. Chance. Really? Who names their child that? The Worthingtons, apparently. Her entire demeanor changes. She stiffens, like her mood has frozen over. Worthington, huh? Maybe there's a reason it didn't work out the first time. You know what they're like especially. Just be careful with your heart, baby, okay? I don't want to see it broken. I take Mom by the hand. Mom, I love you. And you're the best person I know. You're my hero, my role model. I promise I'm going to be careful and take good care of my heart. That's all I ask. I love you too, baby. As we eat our lunch together, Mom seems reassured enough about me guarding my heart. Whether she thinks being with Chance is the right thing or not, talking about it with her helps me decide for certain that being with him is the right choice for me. I know what I want. I also know I'm taking a risk, but I'm willing to take it if it means really seeing what Chance and I could actually have together.
Chapter 12, Chance. Spending all this time with Josie has my head spinning. Being around her again is invigorating me in a way I haven't felt in years. Even before I had Tyler, things were never this easy and carefree, never this fun and enjoyable. Every nerve in my body tingles in her presence. My heart feels as though it's about to burst out of my chest. Our dates always leave me feeling on top of the world. Even after my conversation with my parents, I'm still not deterred. I saw her later that day, just for coffee. Tyler was still at my parents' house, so I decided to see what she was up to. Just hearing her voice telling me about her day made it all better. "This is a surprise," I remember her saying when I called from the car. "I thought you were at your parents' today." I was, but Tyler's getting some grandma-grandpa time, and I thought maybe I could get some Josie time. What do you say, got some time to sneak out? For you, sure. We met for coffee, but the tension between us was so high, we wound up going back to her place within 20 minutes of ordering. When I picked up Tyler from my parents' house, I was definitely in a much better mood than when I'd left. She's utterly captivated me. Every moment with her has me feeling so much more alive and happy than I've been in a long, long time. Apart from Tyler, I wasn't living for much of anything else. Work was a slog, and even my social circle was boring lately. Then Josie came along. I can't get enough of her, or her body. She's got me driven to distraction as I strip down now to take my morning shower. The water rains down over my body as I remember the latest passionate night we spent together. Next time Tyler goes to a friend's house for a sleepover, I might have a little sleepover of my own. I feel myself harden and I groan in the shower, biting into my fist to stifle the noise. Every time I shower nowadays, I'm rock hard thinking of her, and I shower twice a day. That's how much she's on my mind. The memories linger, the way she kisses me, the way I touch her body. Swallowing hard, I brace myself against the shower wall and let the thoughts take over as I do it fast and dirty, releasing into the shower drain before cleaning myself up. She brings out this animalistic side to me, this side that wants to take her and devour her and show her who she belongs to. But I also want to spoil her and show her off to everyone. Hopefully soon she'll let me. As I walk down the stairs, I find myself whistling a jaunty tune. Mrs. Evans eyes me up as I stroll into the kitchen, quirking her brow. "You're happy this morning," she says. "It's a lovely day, why shouldn't I be?" She nods and smiles. She's figured out I'm seeing someone now, though I've been coy about who it is. For now, I'm content to keep our relationship between us. But I want to give her the world and show her everything in it. This weekend, I have a surprise for her, and I think she'll love it. I sit down and eat the breakfast our chef has prepared and sip my coffee, flipping through the local news on my phone as I wait for Tyler to come downstairs. The picture window in the kitchen looks out over the foothills, bejeweled in fall colors. "Hey, Dad!" Tyler calls out as he comes into the kitchen. I look up and flash him a grin. "Hey, buddy. Hurry up, your breakfast is getting cold." Once he's done eating, we head off to school. I drop him off with a little secret wave to Josie before heading out to work, which is dull as ever. Corporate law really wasn't what I imagined myself doing. But it pays well. It keeps us comfortable, and the work is satisfying enough on a mental level. On an ethical level, I just try to put up a wall. The day ends early for me at 2:30 when I leave to pick up Tyler. I stop at the florist to pick up another bouquet, this time in rich fall colors. It's only right to take flowers to the lady you're courting, and I want to do this properly this time, not rushed and fumbling in the back seat of a car, like when I was 19. Entering the classroom, I hold the flowers behind my back. I nod and turn my head, my usual sign to ask Josie to follow me into the hall. "These are for you, Miss Mullins," I tell her. Her expression softens and she smiles, taking the flowers. "Would you accompany me on a date this Saturday?" "Yes, I would love to." She kisses me surreptitiously on the cheek on her tiptoes. "Ah, Chance. These flowers are gorgeous, thank you." It tingles where her lips touch my skin, and I have a hard time suppressing the urge to grab her and give her a passionate kiss back, right in the hallway. "I'll see you then," she says softly, smiling as she heads back into the classroom. Tyler comes out a moment later with his backpack and lunchbox, ready to go. I'll tell him about us soon, just not yet. I don't want to get his hopes up if things don't work out. But I have a good feeling about this. The weekend comes before I know it, and I send Tyler off to go to my parents' place for the day before I head down to Josie's to pick her up. "Where are we going?" she asks as she buckles herself in. "It's a surprise." I pick up her hand to kiss the back of it. Our hands remain entwined through the drive. It's an hour outside Belmont, deeper into the farming community before we arrive. "We're here," I tell her, parking the car in a dirt parking lot. "A farm?" she says, tilting her head to read the sign. "Applewood Farms," it reads in a quaint script. "Yes, this place has it all," I tell her, a grin on my face. "There's a corn maze, hay rides, apple cider, even a pumpkin patch." "That sounds wonderful," Josie says, slipping her hand into mine once more. "I can't wait." We head down to the spot for hay rides first, climbing together into a large cart hitched to a green tractor, cuddled up on bales of hay with several other couples and families. "Thank you for bringing me here," Josie says, resting her head on my shoulder as we start bumping along, touring the expansive farmland. The trees on the landscape burst with fall colors, spreading into green fields as far as the horizon. I put my arm around Josie and she snuggles into me. Butterflies take flight in my stomach, and I feel like the luckiest guy in the world. Once the tractor has completed its long loop, I bring her to a stand that sells all kinds of fall refreshments. We both get a cup of apple cider and an apple turnover to share. We should bring Tyler here next year, Josie murmurs. My heart leaps in my chest and I nearly choke on my drink, trying to play it cool. Yeah, that would be fun. I lean back in my plastic chair. Is Josie envisioning a future together? Even after just a few weeks? Josie takes a bite of the turnover and groans. My jeans suddenly feel a little tight, and I watch as she licks her lips, capturing a stray crumb. Is it good? I ask. She nods, biting her lip as she stares at me from under long, dark lashes. Her hazel eyes are captivating as I watch her take another bite. Very, she says, voice husky. Try some. She offers me a bite from her own fork and I lean forward, wrapping my lips around it and pulling off the flaky pastry. It truly is good, bursting with juicy apple flavor, tart, sweet, and gooey warm. My insides are gooey warm as well, watching her as she watches me. It isn't long before we've devoured the turnover. Are you ready for the corn maze? I ask. Ready when you are, she says, taking a sip of her cider, her eyes never leaving mine. We walk toward the entrance to the maze, hand in hand again. Her smaller hand is dwarfed by mine, but it feels so right to be holding it. Let's see, Josie says, studying the map at the entrance to the maze. It's shaped like a pumpkin in the middle, with a heart over there. She points to the spot. And the exit is there. Well, shall we get started? After you, I say, nodding my head to her. She takes off running inside, giggling as she darts away. The maze is large enough to lose her almost immediately. Josie, I call. A few families are wandering around near the entrance, looking at some of the fun fact signs. Chance, she calls back. I follow the sound of her voice. Just as I find her again, she takes off running. I grin, going after her. If she wants me to chase her, I'm more than happy to oblige. Josie, I call out again. It's quieter here, the deeper into the maze we go. Josie. I don't hear anything, but I stop and stand still. There, just to my left, is some rustling. I turn the corner and spot Josie trying to hide in one of the dead ends. There you are, I say, grabbing her. She giggles again, and I pull her into me, wrapping my arms around her. There's no one here but us. I lean her back, capturing her lips in a passionate kiss. God, I'm so in love with this woman.
Chapter 13. Josie. After our date at Applewood Farms, I feel like I'm floating on air. It was the most fun I've had in a long time. Just being out in nature and enjoying a beautiful fall day with someone as romantic and considerate as Chance was the perfect way to spend a Saturday. Things are really heating up between us too. Everything is just so perfect. I feel like I've won the lottery, having someone as gorgeous and kind and funny and smart as Chance in my life. I'm humming to myself as I put up Halloween decorations outside my classroom to showcase the spider crafts we did last week. Hey, Josie, Marina Simpson calls out, striding down the hall toward me. Marina is the other second grade teacher. I'm barely paying attention when she says my name, though. My mind a million miles away as I tack up a pumpkin cutout. I'm thinking about that kiss we shared in the corn maze and how Chance dipped me to kiss me. It left me reeling. Josie? Marina taps me on the shoulder and I jump, startled. Oh, hey. I'm sorry. I was just putting up my Halloween decorations. You've been distracted a lot lately, Marina teases, putting the word in air quotes. Is something going on? No, nothing really. Just thinking about all the stuff I need to do before winter break. I lie. My students are doing well, but I want to make sure they're prepared before then. Well, as long as you aren't banging a parent, she says with a giggle. I suck in my lips, eyes going wide. God, no, never. I shake my head in disgust. I'm definitely not ready to share my love life with my coworkers yet. I've only been here a few months, and I'm still learning who I can trust and who I can't. Well, anyway, I wanted to ask if you wanted to combine classrooms for the Halloween party. I figure we'll be barely getting anything done that day anyway, right? Oh gosh, yeah. The kids will be flipping out about the holiday, so we might as well. We can have them watch one of those old Casper cartoons too. The ones that are public domain. Yeah, those are cute, Marina agrees. Let's put those on after lunch. They can watch a few before their parents come to pick them up. Sounds good. Marina is definitely one of the nicer teachers I've met so far. We compare notes about the kids and share lesson plans sometimes. Do you want to have lunch together? She offers. With Angela and Wendy too. And sometimes we go for drinks after work. Sure, I say, perking up. I'd love to. Usually, I eat lunch in my classroom while planning lessons. It will be a nice change to be social. I feel like I'm finally finding a home here, and am not just the new teacher. I smile to myself as I finish putting up the decorations before the first students start trickling in for the day. When Andrew Stevens walks in, I brace myself for seeing Annabeth, but this time it's Andrew's dad, Colin. Hello, Mr. Stevens. I wave as I put away the decoration bins in my closet. Looks like today will be extra good, thanks to not having to deal with Andrew's mom. Hello, Miss Mullins. Have a good day, Andrew. Colin seems like the polar opposite of his wife, although you never know what people are really like behind closed doors. He's a mild-mannered accountant who never really talks to me outside of parent-teacher conference time. More students come in, and I start writing out our schedule for the day on the whiteboard, detailing every hour. The students like it. It helps them stay focused. Chance strolls in with Tyler, who gives me a big wave and runs up to me. Hi, Miss Josie, Tyler says, giving me a hug. I wait until he's done before giving him a pat on the arm. Nice to see you too, Tyler, I tell him. Are you ready to learn about sea turtles today? Yes, I can't wait. I know that he loves sea creatures. I picked a book that I think he and a few other students will really enjoy for reading time later. I'll see you later, Ty, Chance says. And I'll see you later too, Miss Josie. His eyes find mine, and he gives me a secretive smile, which I return as he leaves. All right, boys and girls, I say, clapping my hands together. Take your seats. The bell rings, signaling the start of the day. After morning announcements, I send a student to go down to report the lunch count, which is a coveted position among the students. Okay, who was a good citizen last week? I ask rhetorically as I scan the children. My eyes land on Tyler, but I don't want anyone thinking that I'm favoring him too much, so I skip past him. Mary Jane Benson, you helped clean the classroom after lunch on Friday. You've been a good citizen, and you can take the lunch count down. Mary Jane stands up, and I hand her the sheet. She heads out, and I redirect the class's attention to our word of the day. Today our word is conclusion. I tell them. Can anyone tell me what a conclusion is? Several students raise their hand. Andrew? Conclusion is, when you decide something. Very good, I say. That's one definition for it. It's an ending to something. I put a gold star next to Andrew's name on our classroom chart. I start my lesson on the word, and by the time Mary Jane comes back, it's time to write a journal entry using the word of the day. So, in conclusion, you need to write a journal entry using the word? I tell them, smiling to myself at my joke. The students take out their composition books and start writing while I sit at my desk and look over their spelling tests. I graded them over the weekend while I sat with my mom. I just need to record them in my gradebook now. It's quiet as the students work. My mind goes back to my date this weekend. Chance was so handsome, wearing a flannel shirt and dark jeans. He looked so rugged and delectable at the same time. I can't wait until we're alone together again. I'm so distracted that I almost forget what I'm doing. I shake myself out of my daydreaming and focus on finishing inputting the grades. Once I'm done, I check on the students. They're mostly done and sitting quietly now. It's time for our lesson on sea turtles, so I have them pull out their science books. At lunch, I head to the teacher's lounge, where Marina is waiting for me. Before I walk in, though, I overhear some of the teachers talking. I think I hear someone saying Chance's name. I pause, hand on the doorknob. "Isn't he so handsome?" one of them says. "He's like the perfect dad, too. Whoever catches him is going to be like some kind of fairy tale princess." I decide to stop this gossip train before it can get any further. I walk in, making the women immediately clam up. "Hey," I say, waving to Marina, who ushers me over. The day passes quickly after lunch, and all of a sudden it's over. I feel like it just barely started. But now that it's over, I get to see Chance again. I glance at the clock. Chance usually comes within a few minutes of the bell, so there's still about 5 minutes. Every second feels like 10, and every minute feels like 20 as I keep checking the door to see if he's arrived yet. Tyler is playing with a few of the other kids when Chance arrives. My heart stutters in my chest. "Hey, bud," Chance calls out to his son, who stops for a moment. "Actually, you can go out and play on the playground for a bit. I need to talk to your teacher." "Okay." Tyler accepts without question and heads out immediately. The rest of the parents pick up their children before long. Now it's just me and Chance, alone in the classroom. We go back to a hidden alcove, where no one can see and where we'd hear anyone coming in. "I missed you," he murmurs, pulling me close. I can smell his aftershave, and I breathe it in, the scent soothing my anxious mind. "Me too," I say. "You know, I was thinking about it. I think I'm ready when you are to tell more people about us. To tell Tyler. I thought about it all day Sunday. We're not teenagers anymore. No one can keep us apart. I want to give him the chance I should have given him all those years ago." "Good," Chance says, pulling me in for a heated kiss.
Chapter 14. Chance. "Get your jacket on, bud," I tell Tyler as I pull mine off the hook. Shrugging it on, I adjust it and untuck the collar. The jacket is a nice brand, something I bought several years back that I still wear every day during the colder months of fall. "I'm ready." Tyler holds his thumb up. "Great, let's go." "Where are we going again?" he asks. "We're going to meet a friend of your dad's," I remind him as we head into the garage. "And we're going to walk around the zoo." Tyler skips ahead and climbs into the back seat of the car, buckling himself into his booster seat without a fuss, unable to stop wriggling. I put on some music for him, and he bops along happily in the rearview mirror as I take the interstate to the zoo. When we arrive, I spot Josie's car in the parking lot and pull up next to it. She's waiting for us near the entrance. Tyler goes wide-eyed when he sees her. "Miss Josie?" he calls out. "What are you doing here?" Running up to her, he gives her a hug, which she reciprocates. "She's here to hang out with us," I say slowly, trying to get a read on him. "Is that okay?" "She's your friend?" Tyler asks, looking back at me. I nod. He gives us a thumbs up, and the three of us head to the ticket booth to get our passes. The zoo is quiet this time of day since it's still early, so we head straight for Tyler's favorite, the polar bear exhibit. We watch them swim around for a while, the three of us oohing and ahhing over their smooth movements in the water. Tyler rattles off some polar bear facts to Josie, repeating what he learned from the private tour we took for his last birthday. "And polar bears are actually black under their fur. It just looks white because it reflects light," Tyler explains. Josie is leaning toward him, hanging on to every word he says, even though it's information she undoubtedly already knows. She even asks a few questions to give Tyler the opportunity to show off more of his knowledge. A warm feeling in my chest grows as I watch them interact. Once they're done with the polar bears, we head to the snack bar so that Josie and I can get coffee, and Tyler can get hot chocolate. It's getting colder now that it's past Halloween. Tyler, we wanted to talk to you a little bit, I say, hands wrapped around my styrofoam cup. Okay. Well, Miss Mullins and I actually have known each other for a long time, since we were teenagers. Josie is smiling and nodding. Really? Wow, cool. And we've been seeing more of each other lately. She's the person I've been going out with. We've gone on some dates, but we want to make sure you're comfortable with that. She smiles at him, and he smiles back, ducking his head as his cheeks turn pink. And Tyler, since I'm your teacher, if it makes you uncomfortable, we can wait, or you can switch. That is so cool. Wait, like boyfriend and girlfriend? Yeah, I'm bracing myself. Tyler hugs both of us, not letting go. Good. I'm so happy, Tyler. I'd like Miss Josie to be a bigger part of our lives. She's really special to me. Tyler considers my words and looks back and forth at us for a long moment. I reach out and squeeze Josie's hand. We grin at each other, unable to help ourselves. You can date my dad, Miss Josie. He's been really happy lately, and I thought something was up. He nods to himself and sits back. I'm in awe of how mature he sounds. I pat his head and he grins back at me, a hot chocolate mustache on his lip. While we're outside of school, you can just call me Josie, Tyler, Josie says. In school, you still have to call me Miss Josie, but since I'm with your dad, it's okay to be less formal. Can I tell my friends? He asks. No, this is just between us right now. We don't want anyone to think Miss Josie is giving you special treatment, or have her get in trouble, since she's going to keep treating you like any other student in her class. Tyler seems to understand this, and he nods in response. We finish our drinks, clean up, and head back out to wander around a while. Tyler drags Josie to every exhibit he passes, and she goes along without complaint. Watching them interact is making my entire body feel light and warm. It's so much easier than I expected. Tyler seems to take to Josie with an ease that I never thought possible. After losing my wife, I wasn't really interested in dating again because of the pressure from my family to conform to their ideals. But Josie cares for Tyler so much. It's obvious, and it's clear the feeling is mutual. Look at the penguins, Dad, Tyler calls, pulling me from my thoughts. I walk over and we watch the penguins waddling into the enclosure in a line. One of them slips on the ice and falls down, which leads to a domino effect of several others slipping and sliding. All three of us are in stitches watching the penguins get up and shake it off. The first one tries to pretend like nothing happened. Let's all walk like penguins, Josie suggests, waddling with her arms down in a V shape. Tyler and I mimic her and follow her around in a circle, laughing and fake slipping like the ones in the exhibit. We continue the silliness as we head for lunch at the zoo cafe. Josie and Tyler have some kind of competition over the pigeons on the way, calling out the word pigeon every time they see one wandering around. I pretend to hoot like the pigeons, leaving Tyler laughing so hard he's almost crying. As we get our food, I watch Josie fuss over Tyler, helping him put ketchup on his burger. For a moment, it's like she's his mom and we're a family. The thought is both scary and exhilarating all at once. Could I really see myself marrying Josie? I'm caught off guard when my heart whispers yes to that question. Imagining Josie as part of our family is as easy as breathing, waking up by her side each morning, returning home to her each day, seeing her smile and making her laugh, wrapping my arms around her waist and peppering her soft skin with 1,000 kisses. I can see it all with her and more. It's only then that I realize I've been staring at her, but she doesn't seem to notice. All of her attention rests upon Tyler. I closely watch their interactions for the rest of the day. Josie fits into our family like she belongs, as though she's always been there. Tyler seems to absolutely adore her and hangs on her every word when they're talking. And Josie treats my son with the utmost respect. Their relationship just flows so naturally between them. I decide right then and there, tomorrow I'm going to start shopping for a ring. We head back to the parking lot and get ready to say our goodbyes. Tyler whines that he doesn't want to say goodbye to Josie, so I remind him that he'll see her at school on Monday. This brightens him up, his eyes twinkling. Can I tell my friends at school that we went to the zoo this weekend? He asks. As long as you don't tell them that Josie was with us. I don't want to tell everyone else about us until we're ready, okay? Bud? Tyler agrees, making the three of us pinky swear on it. We drive back home and Tyler falls asleep on the drive. I text Josie to let her know we're home safe, and I carry him upstairs to his bed. Once I'm alone, I can't wait a second longer. I head to my office where I start browsing rings online. I want something unique for Josie, something that sets her apart from the typical West Crest wife. Josie deserves a ring as special as she is. Discarding the typical diamond solitaires, I look at the vintage styles instead. She should have the best that money can buy, a ring that shows how unique I think she is. There are so many options to choose from. Should I go designer? Should I have it custom made? Would she want a diamond or some other kind of gemstone? Would she want a princess cut or an emerald cut? The choices are endless. Picking the perfect ring is harder than I thought it would be. I don't want to pick something she'll hate or something that doesn't suit her. But no matter what I pick, I hope Josie will say yes. I've wasted enough time letting other people decide my fate. I refuse to waste another second without Josie by my side. Humming to myself, I let my heart guide me as I search for rings. I'll take a look at some tomorrow in person. Right now is just about narrowing down what I think Josie would like. As I shop, I try to imagine how I'll ask. Should I take her to the restaurant where we had our second first date? Maybe a scenic picnic someplace? Should I get Tyler involved? I know they adore each other, but I might want to share the moment just between the two of us. Trying to decide something so happy is a great dilemma to have, frankly. After all the years of turmoil in my life, it's nice that my biggest worry is how to ask the woman I love to spend the rest of her life with me.
Chapter 15. Josie. As I drive home after our outing to the zoo, I find myself singing along with every love song on the radio. Today went better than I could have hoped. Tyler seemed to take the news of us dating and spending time together perfectly. Together with my two boys today, I felt like I was walking on air. Chance is my soulmate. There's no doubt in my mind. He completes me, and I love him. I walk up the steps to my mom's house, still humming under my breath. "I'm here to make dinner, Mom," I call out as I enter, hanging up my coat. Mom is sitting in her armchair, a blanket over her lap, holding a book. She looks tired, but perks up at the sight of me. "How was your day, baby?" she asks. Oh my goodness, Mama. I had the best time with Chance today. He brought Tyler, his son, the one in my class. I told you about him. And he introduced me as his girlfriend. Tyler was really happy for us. We laughed and had so much fun at the zoo. I move toward the kitchen and throw the fridge open to see what I've got to work with. Good, good. I'm glad you had a good day. She seems awfully subdued. Not that she needs to be as happy as I am, but I'd expect her to have some enthusiasm. I wonder if it's her energy level or her reaction that's driving it. "Do you feel like an easy soup, Mom?" I ask, turning my head to make sure there's broth on the shelf. "Sure, baby, but not yet." She puts her book on the end table next to her and takes off her glasses. "Come sit." Giggling, I sit on the couch next to her chair and tell her more about the date, praising Tyler's extensive knowledge of zoo animals. "I'm just so happy," I tell her. "I think Chance is the person I was always meant to be with." My heart is as light as a feather as I confess that I think that the timing might finally be right after so many years. "We can be together now," I tell her, cupping her hands in mine. Maybe there's such a thing as right person, wrong time. And now that we're both adults, there's nothing holding us back from being together. "I'm so glad," Mom says, stroking my hand with her fingers. "You haven't been this happy in a long time." "I really am happy," I say, sighing wistfully. "Good. But please be careful, baby," she adds, leaning in. "You know that I support you and your relationship, but don't get too carried away. Don't ignore any red flags." She gives me a kiss on the cheek. I see that her glass of water is empty, so I go to the kitchen to fill it. "Thank you, baby," she says. "Gotta keep you hydrated." "Don't worry about me, I'm doing well. The doctors are pleased. I just want to make sure that you're good. I don't want you to set yourself up to get hurt again, baby." "What do you mean? I'm the one who broke it off with Chance back then," I remind her. She shakes her head. "Because you knew that you two were going in different directions in your life. But his status hasn't changed. He's still a Worthington. That family will always have more money than God. And they could use that money to hurt you if things go wrong." A part of me knows she's right, but does she have to rain on my parade like this? Okay, maybe. But can't I just enjoy it for now, Mom? Why do you have to act as though everything's going to turn out bad? Maybe it won't. Why do you have to assume? I'm not assuming, honey. I want things to work out. Just don't let your heart lead you into trouble. Protect yourself. Mom is just trying to look out for my best interests. But she doesn't know Chance like I know him. You're right. I know. I kiss her on the head. I'm gonna go start dinner, okay? I head into the kitchen and take out the vegetables and oil to start working on the base. Chance is a good person, I whisper to myself, stirring intently. He's treated me well, and I know he would never hurt me. The motion of my arm helps dissipate the frustration. Still, she's right. Chance or no, the Worthingtons are bad people to make enemies of. I hope he'd make sure nothing like that would happen. But I really don't know what lengths his family would go to if they had a vendetta. They can't be against love, can they? They'd have to see how happy Chance is, right? Still, that little seed of doubt is starting to eat away at my mind. Should I be more cautious? Did we rush into introducing our relationship to Tyler? My mind is all over the place as I cook, going back and forth between being certain that Chance is the love of my life and wondering if I'm doing the wrong thing by getting involved with him again. I left the relationship for a reason. I knew that I didn't belong in Chance's world back then. I knew that at some point he would have to choose between his family and me. But maybe they've changed. Chance has changed since we were together. I've changed. It's possible his parents have changed as well. Maybe Chance's late wife softened their hearts. We've taken things slow. We haven't rushed into anything. We're on the same page about everything. Time hasn't changed our attraction to each other either. If anything, it's even stronger now. So why shouldn't I let myself enjoy it? It's not like we're about to run out and elope tomorrow. We haven't even discussed getting engaged yet, so I should really stop stressing and just go with the flow. That's always been my problem, though. I'm not the best at going with the flow. I'm more of a planner. I like to be ready for what comes next and know that I'm going to be able to handle it. Pouring the broth into the pot, I stir the vegetables and add the chicken. I'll add the biscuits last. Mom can have some soup tonight and leftovers for the rest of the week. You okay in there, baby? You've gone quiet, Mom yells from the living room, startling me. I almost dropped my wooden spoon, just managing to hold on to it. Yeah, I've just been thinking about everything you said, I call to her. You're probably right. Caution never hurt anyone. Mom says something, but I can't quite hear it. The soup is simmering, well on its way. I step into the living room and she pats the couch. What did you say, Mom? I couldn't hear you in there. I said that it's okay to be in love. I don't want you to think that you can't be happy. Just be happy and be cautious. Yeah, I said pretty much the same thing. You raised a wise girl. I know I did. So just keep your eyes open. Pay attention. See if Chance wants you to meet his family, how he introduces you, the ways he shows respect for you, that sort of thing. We only just told his son about us. I haven't met his family. We haven't really told anyone outside of you and his son Tyler. And yes, Chance treats me with a lot of respect. Good. That's all I want to know. As long as you're happy, Mom says, reaching out to stroke my cheek. You're my beautiful daughter. I only want you to be happy. Chance makes me happy, Mom. He takes care of me, treats me like a queen, respects me. Everything I could want in a relationship, I've found with him. Mom sits back, a smile on her face. That's wonderful. She sniffs the air. That soup smells delicious. You'd better be careful I don't devour it all tonight. I'll exercise caution against that. I smirk, and she grabs my chin lovingly. I head back into the kitchen to check on the pot, which is simmering nicely. I'm glad that Mom understands. It took us a lot to get here, but I think we're heading in the right direction finally. Here. I bring her a small bowl of the soup once it's done cooking. Try it. Tell me if it needs more of anything. Oh, that smells good, she says, taking a whiff. Soup is good for whatever ails you. I quote back words of motherly wisdom she always used to give me when I was sick. I think I've heard that someplace before. I raised you up right. Thanks, Mom. She takes a sip of the soup and closes her eyes. It's good, she nods. You're going to be a good mom someday. Maybe a stepmom first, I think, and it fills me with warmth. I can imagine fussing over him when he's sick and feeding him my chicken and dumpling soup. I could help him with his homework, take him to the movies, do all the things that moms do for their kids. But I need to make certain that I'm completely sure about things with Chance before I commit to them forever. I can't trap myself in a place where I can't get out if I need to, if somehow down the line they're not right. I want to be happy, which means I need to exercise caution.
Chapter 16. Chance. I'm at my desk working on a case when I get a call from Josie. It's 9 in the morning on a school day, so initially I thought it might be an accident. Hey, love, what's up? Chance, you won't believe what's happening. You have to help me. What's going on? I sit straight up. They're going to fire me. They're putting me on a leave of absence. They said it's serious. I don't know what to do. Slow down, Josie. Slow down. She sounds on the verge of tears. I hear her sniffle and a car door slamming. Chance, I don't know what's going on, but you have to help me, please. I'm here for you, Josie. I don't know how to calm her down right now, but talking is a start. I just need you to tell me what's happening, one step at a time. She sounds frantic, but the words begin spilling out. This morning I was called into a meeting with the principal and vice principal. She takes a deep breath. They started asking me if I had anything to tell them. I had no idea what they were talking about. They said they knew what I was saying to the kids and parents, but I don't know what they meant. And they knew about things with my previous school. Wait, what things? I ask, utterly baffled. Her words are hard to understand through her tears. They told me that a parent came forward and showed them an email that I'd supposedly sent, which I never did, but I'm locked out of my email now, and I can't even prove I didn't send it. What did the email say, supposedly? I ask, trying to move her to the point. Often with my clients, they want to establish their innocence so vehemently they can't get through all the details of their story. I talk them through it to help them get there. They showed me a printout. Apparently, I sent an email to parents saying I'm not complying with the curriculum because I find it elitist and out of touch, and that I'll be teaching the children according to my educational standards, not the schools. Whoa! Well, I know I never got an email like that. I'm checking my inbox as she's speaking so I can just double-check, although I know nothing like that was sent. At least not by her. I would never send something like that, Chance. I interviewed with this school specifically because it fit with my philosophy. But even if it didn't, I would never say something like that about my school. I would find ways to teach the children in line with the district standards. It's also a stupid way to get blacklisted by schools. I'd never do that. I shake my head. I can't believe what I'm hearing. What else did the administration say? There were concerned parents who think I faked my resume, that I had subpar student testing scores several years in a row. They asked if I was let go because of those scores, and if I lied about why I left my last school. Chance. I had 2 years of below-average scores because I started in an underperforming, high-poverty district, and it took years to turn things around. That wasn't unique to me. Oh, and I've had a great record of high scores since. But you can't tell anything about a teacher from scores. These are serious accusations. I'm writing down what she's saying. What in the world would lead them to believe this? I don't have any emails from you that say anything of the sort. The last email I got from you was about the class Halloween party. That's the thing. They won't tell me. Just that they have it on good authority and their legal team is looking into things. But you have a right to see evidence against you. And it's supposed to be at the district level, I thought, not school administrators. The union usually defends teachers in these cases, but I think the administration might be interfering with that. I tap my pen against my legal pad. I'm sorry you're going through this, Josie. This is just so wrong. That's not even all of it, she says, her voice quivering. They said they heard that I leave students alone in the classroom up to 5 times a day, for 20 minutes at a time. I've never done that, not once. I'd never do anything like that. Wow, all these accusations sound like some kind of smear campaign to me. Let me look into this, Josie. I'll try to get to the bottom of it. Thank you so much. She finally lets out the tears she must have been holding back. Thank you, Chance. I don't know what to do. They have me on administrative leave until further notice. Don't worry right now, okay? I tell her, my voice soft. Right now you're going to go home, rest and relax. Bathe, nap, whatever you need. I'll call you soon. And if anything happens at all, you call me. Josie promises me she'll do that. Immediately after the call, I stand up from my desk with a single-minded focus. The engine parts company's pending lawsuit can wait. I need to talk to someone who knows more than I do about education law, and I know just the person. Malcolm Woodward, an old friend of mine from college. We went into law together. He did a long stint in education law before moving back to Belmont. He's in private practice in the same building as ours. I head down to his office on the 8th floor. I can see from the partially open door that he's on a call, but he gestures for me to sit. I close the door fully before I do. I scroll through my emails again just to make absolutely certain that I haven't missed any she may have actually sent, especially in the last 24 hours. What can I do for you? Malcolm asks when he hangs up. I need you for a case. It's off the books. I'll pay cash. I'm listening, Malcolm says, leaning forward. I explain what's going on, and he's enraged on Josie's behalf, and by extension mine. He'll take it on as a friend pro bono, and he'll keep everything under wraps. We spend the next few hours tracking down information regarding the allegations, and Josie signs an agreement allowing Malcolm to act on her behalf. He calls the school saying he's Josie's attorney, and he requests she's reinstated until they produce concrete proof that she's done anything to endanger her students. The administrative team reacts poorly, but Malcolm sends them a carefully worded demand letter via email that makes them back down. I call Josie after the workday ends. I got a call from the principal earlier, she says, already sounding better than before. How did you get me reinstated so fast? I have an excellent legal team, I reply, and now you do too. You should know that I'll always protect you, Josie. Tomorrow, Malcolm is going into the district office to request email records from the servers. We're going to do whatever it takes to clear your name. Thank you so much, Chance. Her voice is so quiet I can barely hear her. We chat for a few more minutes before I have to go to get Tyler ready for bed. The next day, when I go into the school for drop-off, Josie beams a grateful smile. When I'm leaving the school, I spot a car in the lot that I instantly recognize. My blood runs cold. What is my father doing here? I hang back as he strides in, scowling. I pretend to check the back seat. Why do I suddenly feel like my father has something to do with this? There's no way it's a coincidence. The day after Josie is accused of inappropriate behavior at the school, my father is lurking around the campus. There's no reason for him to be here. Malcolm and I meet at the coffee shop around the corner from school, and he hands me a packet. I had one of our investigators do some digging. Prescott Worthington was seen entering and exiting the school the afternoon before Josie's meeting with the administration. Here are the security photos. I also got a hold of the records from the district email servers. The email was planted, and it was sent from an IP address close to your dad's home address. My lip curls, and I shake my head. My own father. I can't believe it. Well, I can. But why is he doing this? If I'm going after the school, that's easy. They'll back down, Malcolm says. If it's a legal battle against your father, though, we don't stand a chance. I want to pound the table. When I called Josie that afternoon from the office, I'm barely able to conceal my fury. It was my father, I say without preamble. My father was the one who went to the administration. He planted the email. He spread the rumors. Josie gasps. What? My blood is boiling. Josie, I'm so sorry. Chance, if your father is so adamant about us not being together that he would stoop this low. Then he has a lesson coming to him, I tell her, my jaw clenched. My father can't dictate my life, and he's about to find that out. I want to be with you, if that means protecting you from him. There's no question. Are you sure that you and Malcolm can fix everything? She asks instead. I know Prescott is powerful. I'm powerful, I tell her, my voice firm. I won't let my father get away with this.
Chapter 17. Josie. Mama, I don't know. What if they fire me? I ask, pacing the living room for the 1,000th time. Josie, honey, please. You're making me nervous, my mom says, sighing. She's got a blanket over her lap and the fire going. Her warm brown skin reflects the glow. She looks weak and tired. My heart can't take any more bad news. Her next checkup is coming up soon, and if the news isn't good, I don't know how I'll survive. Chance and Malcolm say they'll take care of things. Some kind of lawyer stuff I don't understand. But I don't want to lose this job. I love it here. And I get to be near you again. Josie, please, sit down, my mom says, patting the couch next to her. I sigh and sink into the seat, burying my head in my hands. What would I even do? I'd have to leave town. And who would hire me after everything they said? I swallow hard and feel the tears welling up. Prescott Worthington may be no better than slimy, soul-sucking pond scum, but he's got a lot of sway in this town. The Worthingtons are practically royalty here. And even if Chance can fix everything, who's to say that some of the parents might not still have a problem with me? Annabeth Stevens is probably already itching to have some excuse to get rid of me. She'd probably prefer a stricter, homework-pushing teacher in my place. I don't doubt that she could make a stink about me remaining at the school, even once the rumors are proven false. I feel myself springing up to pace again. My mom reaches out her hand and squeezes my shoulder, grounding me. I love being around her. I know I'm supposed to be there to help her, but right now I need my mom, and she knows just how to comfort me. I lay my head on her lap, letting her stroke my hair. Sometimes I feel like such an adult, but other days I feel like I'm only pretending. Today, I feel like I'm a kid wearing adult clothing, trying to make sure no one else knows I'm an imposter. My mother's hands smooth over my forehead, over and over, washing away some of my fears. Baby, I know that you think that Chance will help you, but you have to understand that people like Prescott Worthington will stop at nothing to get what they want. He's got power and influence in this town that you don't even know. He can make your life miserable if that's what he wants. I know, I wail, misery seeping out of every pore as I listen to her words. You're right. The only thing I can do right now is trust that Chance can do what he says and take care of things. Even if I believe that Prescott will stop at nothing to ruin my life, I know that Chance will fight his father to protect me, right? But the doubts still nag at me, worming their way deeper into my brain. Can he stand up to his family? Is it too much to hope that he'd choose me over them? Not that I'd want him to have to. I hate feeling like a wedge between them. Even if I know that Prescott is the one creating a rift and stepping in to create problems himself, it's still because of me that he's acting crazy. He's a jerk, that's for sure. A man with more money than sense. As if reading my mind, my mom speaks, breaking the silence. You may not remember much of your father's advice, but he would say that people like Prescott Worthington are only the way they are because they have more money than sense. I figured that, I say, a small smile on my face thinking about Daddy. I was just thinking that. I thought you told me that that was his line. Yep, sure was. I don't have many memories of him, but the ones that linger with me always bring a pang to my heart. He would have probably said that Prescott is scared because controlling people is the only thing he knows how to do, right? That's right. My mom agrees. And you've got a big, powerful, rich man scared. See? That's that magic you have in you. Black girl magic is powerful, sweetie. I sit up and scrub my face with my hand. That's right. I'm full of black girl magic inside. I can stand up to someone like Prescott. I just need to have more faith in chance and in myself. Deciding that I've done enough wallowing for now, I stand and head into the kitchen to make my mom some dinner. She's got pork chops thawing in the fridge, so I take them out and start readying them for seasoning, along with some green beans and rice. Mama, do you want one pork chop or two? Oh, just one, she calls from the living room. That's all I have room for right now. I focus instead on seasoning the pork chops and then start cutting up some onions for the sauce. But my mind circles back to thoughts about the whole situation with the Worthingtons. What if all this fighting with his father starts to make him resent me? I don't know how I can ask him that without sounding accusatory. Hey, Chance, are you sure you want to have to choose between me and your family? Absurd. And I can't ask that of him anyway. If it comes down to it, will I really be okay with just walking away from them? Or from me? Chance might not want to choose between me and his family, but if his father has his way, he might force the situation to a head sooner or later. I sigh as I stir the onions, sautéing them in some oil before I start the sauce. I wonder if Mom would like some applesauce with her pork chops. I'll have to check to see if she's got any. My phone dings, and a notification comes through. Wiping my hands on a dish towel, I check to see. It's a text from Marina, who wants to know what's up with the rumors she's heard. I pray she doesn't believe it. Chance hasn't texted me, I realize, as I try to come up with a response to Marina. Neither has Malcolm. Would he want me to even give anyone answers? Are they still thinking of me, or have they moved on to something else? What if they're in on it? What if Chance is just like his dad? He's an heir to a vast fortune. What if he sees where his dad is coming from? Stop. You're being crazy, Josie. I'm letting my thoughts spiral again, letting my doubts take over. I can't help it. Maybe I was wrong to be with him again. It's horrible the way that one blow to your confidence can have you questioning everything in your life. I'm being unfair to myself, and I'm being unfair to Chance. But is it worth being with him if I'm just going to be subject to Prescott's whims? What happens if Prescott tries to spread lies about me anywhere I go until Chance decides to cave? Before I can let my thoughts get out of control, the oven timer beeps, signaling that the pork chops are ready. I take them out, pushing all my thoughts to the side as I work on finishing dinner. By the time I'm done, I'm calmer, but still weighed down by doubts. I plate the food and call my mom in, and we sit down for dinner. Do you really think I can trust Chance? I blurt out as soon as she sits down. My mom is silent for a moment as she dishes herself some of the food. Only you can answer that, Josie, she says finally. I do know one thing. I've always known you to be wise and have good judgment, and you seemed confident when you were telling me it was real. So trust your own judgment. You don't have to decide everything all at once. She's right. I have to really think this over. I have to decide if it's worth it to remain in a relationship with someone like him. knowing that I'd be subjecting myself to further stigma from his family, knowing that his dad's already tried once to ruin my life, even without ever meeting me. He threatened my job. Would he go further than that? It's all so daunting. I don't want to think about it right now. I ask about Aunt Denise, who's gone with her church group on a retreat for the week. My mom tells me Denise texted her that she feels at one with nature, which sets us into uproarious laughter. Denise is not a nature lover. She kills plastic plants. She's probably shivering in the cold and praying to God for the week to end, my mom jokes. I chuckle, the image of my aunt camping in the mountains, too funny not to laugh at. Denise is definitely more of a city girl than she'd like to admit. It takes my mind off things for a little while, but these questions are not going away anytime soon.
Chapter 18, Chance. I'm fuming as I drive the Hellcat up the winding driveway to my parents' estate. I can't believe what my father has done. I'm not one prone to violence. I teach my son to resolve conflict with his words. But today I want to throw hands. The car speeds along as I push pedal to the metal, intent on giving my father a piece of my mind as soon as possible. It's only through sheer determination working with Malcolm, who knows education law, and our sending in a few legal threats that I've managed to convince the school administrators to call off the wolves. It took quite a lot of battling to get there. The administration is suspicious about the nature of my relationship with Josie now, and I don't need them getting on her about it. My father knows enough that he could use that for fodder, too, if he wanted. I guess he still cares enough about my own reputation not to want to smear me, too. For now, at least. I've tried to back off for a few days as I work behind the scenes for her. It will all be worth it when we clear Josie's name. But for now, I have at least one more battle to fight for her. I pull the car into the front of the house, tossing the keys to Simmons when he comes out to investigate. Chance, hello? It's Charles, their housekeeper, who's bewildered as I storm inside. May I help? Dad! I yell. I stride past my mom in the atrium. She rushes to my side and grabs my arm. Chance, what are you doing here? She asks, her eyes wide. I'm not here to talk to you, I tell her, gently prying her hands off me. Please, don't interfere. Chance, please, calm down. You're shaking. What is all this about? My father asks as he emerges from the depths of his study. He's got a glass of whiskey in his hand at 10 on a Saturday morning, because of course he does. Maneuvering past my mother, I walk straight up to my father and push my finger into his chest, catching him off guard. You! I snarl, rage coloring my face red. You think you can just spread lies about people? You think you can just get away with what you've done? How dare you? Chance, stop, my father says, stepping back. You've gone off the deep end. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, I say, my voice rising with every word. I'll calm down when you undo the damage you've done with your lies. Lies? My father tilts his head at me, blue eyes ice cold. How is it a lie to do whatever it takes to prevent a bad influence from being around my grandchild? Prescott, what did you do? My mother is between us both. Margaret, stay out of this, my father snaps at her. What I did was for the good of the family. Your great-grandfather, William Chance Worthington, Sr., worked his entire life to build a legacy for our family, to give us prestige. Our reputation is everything. Stepping toward me, he continues on. If we don't have our name, we have nothing. The reason people use Worthington and Associates for their law needs is because of the name. Do you really think that we would be half as successful if people didn't associate our business with the prestige that comes from the Worthington name? I stare at him, unable to believe what my father is saying. And if you associate with someone like that Mullins girl, you're dragging our name down. She will drag our name down. Every Worthington has married women who bring high value to the family. Women with their own backgrounds who we know aren't coming for the money or likely to engage in scandalous behavior that would smear our good name. My mouth is agape now. Never mind that despite her background, my mom never worked a day in her life herself. "You're crazy," I say, shaking my head. "You're insane. I'm not going to stand for this. Whatever I have to do to fix this, I will, even if it means facing you in court." "Chance, please," my mother cries out. "I can't believe this. You would really choose some woman over your own family?" I sigh, raking a hand over my face. "No, I'm not choosing Josie over you. You two are choosing closed-mindedness over a relationship with your own son and grandson. You're the ones administering the poison here, not me. Please, think this through," my mother begs, wringing her hands. Her hands are perfectly manicured, adorned with an heirloom 3-carat engagement ring worth a small fortune. This woman never had to work a day in her life. I don't need to think anything through. My jaw is so clenched I feel like I'm about to burst my carotid artery. I don't care what you think. I don't care about our family name or reputation. It means nothing to me without Josie. I realize how serious I am about her at that moment. I already realized I'm in love with her, but now I realize I really can't imagine a life without her. Josie is my world, the love of my life. I love Josie Mullins. If you can't understand that, then you don't understand me. If you pursue this further, I'll go to the ends of the earth to ruin you. Chance, my father says, voice like steel. If you choose this woman, if you choose to be with her, we will cut you off. You'll be left with nothing. No inheritance, no trust fund for Tyler, no job at the firm, nothing. Prescott! My mother turns to him. You can't do that. Please don't be so rash. Margaret, I told you not to interfere. This is my decision. You will respect my decision. Yes, dear, my mother says, eyes downcast. The choice for me is easy. I don't need money. I don't need the family name. I don't need my parents if they're going to treat me like this. Then do it, I tell my father. I don't care. Being with Josie is more important to me than money. I'll do it, my father says, a glare on his face. I'll rewrite my will and leave everything to your mother's charity. Don't come crying to me when the money is all dried up and the two of you are living in a shack next to the railroad tracks. I may have grown up in privilege, but even I know that isn't likely to happen. I have accounts to my name that will be more than enough for anyone to ever spend. And I've got skills to rely on, and a reputation that at this point has far surpassed my dad's. Josie and I will be just fine, even if we live a little more modestly than Mr. and Mrs. Prescott Worthington, ESQ. Can't you two just come to an understanding? My mother asks, looking between us again. She reaches out a hand for my father, but he jerks away, face blotchy. He's made up his mind, and nothing can change it now. Now that he sees me as the enemy, it means he expects my mother to fall in line. He won't change his mind, I tell her, my voice cold. He's got it in his head that I need to be controlled like a child. You forced me to marry Claire when she got pregnant with Tyler. Look how that turned out. You're trying to blame me for her substance issues? My father asks, raising his eyebrows. That was unfortunate, but it had nothing to do with me. Uh-huh. Like hell it didn't. Who's the one who said she'd better recover from her accident because we couldn't abide having a cripple in the family? Oh, right. That was you. It may not have been entirely on you, but you definitely pushed her into it. Get out, my father yells. I will not stand here and be slandered in my own home. I was just about to leave anyway, I tell him, disgust turning my stomach. I can't stand the sight of him right now. Just thinking about the way he treated Claire back then and how he's trying to treat Josie now has me wanting to physically hurt him. And I refuse to sink that low for him. I get behind the wheel of my car, determined now more than ever to clear Josie's name and make things right for her. I won't let my father do to her what he did to Claire. I won't let him control me anymore. Repeating this mantra in my head, I drive to Malcolm's house. I think we need to go forward in filing a motion against the school for allowing my father access to Josie's personnel records. Even if she has nothing to hide, there's no reason that he ought to have been given them in the first place. Some of the files he got were clearly intended for administration only and not covered by Georgia's right-to-know law, meaning the school violated ethics by handing them over. I call him on my drive. Malcolm, get ready. We've got more work to do before the day is over.
Chapter 19. Josie. It's late the next day by the time I hear from Chance again. I get a text that he's on his way over. No other messages. I hope it's good news. He wouldn't come all the way to my house to break up with me, would he? My stomach is twisted in knots, and I can't concentrate on the emails I'm reading or on anything else. I haven't gotten anything from any of the parents yet, which is a relief. The knock at the door startles me, and I nearly jump out of my chair to answer. When I do, Chance stands there with a grin. "I have good news," he says. "Can I come in?" Opening the door wider, I let him in. He follows me into the kitchen where I start a pot of coffee. Malcolm and I worked late into the night, but we filed a motion against my father. Malcolm says that he should never have had enough access to your records to bring any kind of accusations about you in the first place, he explains. Relief is flooding my body. But what about the administration? Backed off the second they got the demand letter, informing them that they had no grounds to do what they were doing. Malcolm encouraged them to look into the accusations independently, and they found them to be baseless. You should be getting an email right about now, he says. My phone dings to alert me to a notification. I raise my eyebrows. How did you do that? Malcolm got a call from their legal team that they were dropping the investigation, and I came here as soon as I heard. I guessed that you would be hearing from them within the hour. I just got lucky that I was right in my guess. It's still impressive, and I tell him as much. Chance's ears go pink and he smiles, shuffling his feet a bit. Well, I couldn't let my father get away with what he did to you. It wasn't right or fair. The coffee is ready. I pour us each a cup, and we sit down at the kitchen table together. Chance looks like he hasn't slept, but his clothes are still sleek, polished, and pressed. It reminds me that he has a housekeeper and maids who do his cleaning and take care of his clothes for him. He can afford to spend hours on a case and still show up looking like a cover model. It's just another reminder that I'm not a part of that world. If I spent all night working, I'd look like a rumpled mess the next day. He's defending me, but it still makes me feel like I'm always going to be an outsider, someone not in his sphere. This might be the end of the investigation, but it probably isn't the last time that I'll end up having a run-in with Prescott Worthington. Chance, are you sure about this? I ask. What do you mean? Are you sure about going up against your father? I don't want you to feel like you have to choose. Josie, I don't feel that way. My father is used to getting his way, but not this time. He's done controlling me and pulling the strings. I'm still not entirely convinced, but I sip my coffee, letting the warm, dark flavor soothe me. Chance reaches out and grasps my hand, and I remember all he's done for me. Especially seeing the bags around his eyes, I'm grateful. Thank you, Chance. I mean it. You're amazing. You and Malcolm performed a miracle by getting my name cleared. But will your dad keep doing things like this until he gets his way? Until he ruins our lives? Malcolm was just as outraged on your behalf. He's no fan of my father. Well, I owe Malcolm too, I tell him. The fact that you got this done so fast is amazing. You don't owe anyone anything. No one should be bothering you with issues like this again anytime soon, he says, grabbing my hand. You don't deserve that kind of treatment. Well, I don't know that your father agrees, I say, unable to hide my self-deprecation. He thinks I'm the scum on the bottom of his shoe. I'm just scared for myself and us. The case is over. It's done. You've been cleared according to their lawyers. So that's good news. It's not the case I'm worried about, Chance. I squeeze his hand tighter. It's everything surrounding it. Your father felt it necessary to ruin my life just because I'm seeing you. What do we do about that? I don't want someone to have to do this to be with me. I don't want someone to have to prove his devotion by fighting a battle. Who am I? A nobody cashier at the snack bar one summer who fell for the charming, cute head lifeguard. A small-town teacher. Prescott knows this. Everybody knows that Chance has a different reality from mine. Josie. My father has done a lot for me in my life, but one thing he won't do anymore is control me. He's the one beneath you. You're warm, kind, passionate, a brilliant teacher. You're so much better than anyone I know. You're so much better than me even. That's why I love you. I love you so much, Josie. I love you too, Chance. His words are so kind that I find myself tearing up. I'm sorry you went through all this because of me. Don't cry, Chance says, reaching out to wipe away my tears. You're worth everything to me, and my father has already done enough to destroy my life already. I won't let him again. I never told you about my late wife, did I? No. I shake my head. You don't have to. It's important, I think, because of what we're going through now. Okay, I'd love to hear it. So, Claire and I met in college, not long after us. I wasn't looking for anything serious because, really, I just wanted you. You did? Yeah, of course, Josie. But one thing led to another, and she got pregnant with Tyler. Neither of us were really thinking about marriage, but my father insisted. Claire was from a background that my father thought would match well with ours. I mean, we met at Duke. Although, obviously, UNC Chapel Hill is just as good. He rolls his eyes. My dad. I nod, listening raptly. I feel bad for him. The two of them were essentially forced into a shotgun wedding. And Claire was a good woman, but she wasn't able to stand up to my father very well. She was quiet and tried to please him to keep him placated. She had a car accident not very long after Tyler was born, and her leg was crushed in the accident. I gasp. Oh my God. No, how horrible. Yeah, it took a long time for her to heal. There was a period where it seemed like her leg might need amputation. My father couldn't stand the idea. He literally said we couldn't have cripples in the family. They pressured her to do whatever it took to get better. My palm flies up over my mouth. Poor Claire. I can't imagine. My own family would rally around me and give me all the support I needed. It was hard. So, Claire started using her painkillers to push herself past her limits. She got addicted. It didn't take long before she was spiraling. She overdosed. Oh my goodness. Chance. I'm so sorry. That's awful, I say, standing up to give him a hug. He holds me close. It took me a long time to get over it. But I realized after that I could never let my father control me like that again. And you're different from Claire. You're different from anyone. But I mean that I know you could hold your own against him. But you shouldn't have to. I know he could never pressure you into changing yourself. But I don't want him to have even that influence over you. Oh, Chance, I say with a sigh. He kisses the top of my head. Nothing will get in the way of the love we have for each other, Josie. I promise. Not my father. Not my mother. Nothing. As long as you want to be with me, I won't let anything keep us apart. I just feel so guilty, though, I admit. I feel like I'm tearing your family apart. No. He shakes his head. You and Tyler. You are my family, not them. My father is the only one tearing anything apart. He's chosen his path, and I've chosen mine. Even if you weren't in the picture, I would still not let him treat people like this. I feel the tension start to leave my body as Chance bends down to kiss me lightly. He holds me close, and we stay like that for a long moment, just clinging on to each other. Thank you, I tell him, voice soft. I needed to hear that. I'd do it all over again in a heartbeat, he reassures me, just for the chance to be with you. You're so important to me, I hope you understand that. I think I do. I smile up at him. He strokes his hand through my curls. Claire was my past. You, Josie, are my future. You're all I want. I'd defend you from heaven and hell if I had to. It sounds so romantic when he puts it like that. The words overwhelm me. I really am so lucky to have found Chance again. Stay the night, I tell him. Just stay with me here. Of course.
Chapter 20. Chance. I'm so relieved, Josie says. I don't blame you. I know how this has been weighing on you. I promise you, though, my father is done messing with you. If he tries, he's going to have to go through me from now on. My hero, she says, without the least bit of melodrama. I don't think I've ever had somebody stand up for me like this. She leans in and pats me on the shoulder. I grab her hand and kiss it. Chance. I just grab her and bring her in close. Her eyes get wide. The smell of her is intoxicating. I slide my hand up her arm over her shoulder and grab her gently by the neck. Then I kiss her. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at vicsavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. The last time I carried her to bed, I had to leave her. Not this time. I pick her up and take her down the hall. I set her down on the bed and lie down next to her, pulling her close. She curls up on her side next to me. We fit together perfectly, I tell her. It does seem right, she admits. It is right. She pulls away from me and props herself up on her elbow. You are one magnificent man, she says. I'm nothing compared to you. She looks down. I grab her chin and tilt her head back up. I want to build a life with you, Josie. You, me, and Tyler. We make a great family. She tips her head up and looks at me. I want that too. I can tell from the unsure look on her eyes that she's thinking about my family. If you want it, and I want it, that settles it. No one else matters. Not even your father. Especially not my father. I love you, Josie. I have since the moment we met. And I want you for the rest of my life. To be the woman of my life. I think we were meant to be together. What do you say?
Chapter 21. Josie. What do I say? I think. I love Chance. Life without him would be miserable. We're so good together. Loving him was never the issue. The issue was always everyone else. I love him more than anyone I've ever loved. I just didn't expect this. At least not right now. You really want to build a life with me? I ask. Of course, Josie. You're everything. I look deeply into those green eyes of his. They're like pools, not of water, but emotion. When we were doing it on the coffee table, they were absolutely ablaze with passion. Now they're filled with kindness and love. I love you so much, I say softly. He kisses me, and I'm grateful not to talk. Usually, it's probably the other way around. He pulls away, and there's a little hint of the fire in his eyes again. Josie, that's all that matters then? No one else? You and Tyler are the only people who matter to me. Why should we let people who know nothing have any power over our lives? We shouldn't. Exactly. Screw 'em all. So, he says, I want to commit to him fully, more than I have ever wanted anything, at least since 20 minutes ago, I add in my head. When you say build a life together, what sort of thing do you have in mind? I meant exactly what I said, Josie. We'll build a life. You, me, and Tyler. Like getting married? Of course, Josie, that's all I want. A big smile spreads across his face. He grabs me by the shoulders and kisses my forehead, then both cheeks. Then he kisses me slowly and passionately on the lips, and I hold it as long as I can. Really? I ask brightly when we part. I'm feeling like I'm having an out-of-body experience. Yes, of course. More than anything in the world, you're the one for me. I've been thinking about it for a while. You have. Since the day we all went to the zoo, Josie. That's when I first started looking at engagement rings. I haven't picked one out yet. I wanted to make sure I got one as special as you are. But today, I decided I didn't want to wait any longer. I don't need a ring. I don't need anything but you and a promise. I smother him in kisses, knocking him back onto the bed. We kiss each other for a long while, and it feels like home to have him pressed up against me. When he comes up for air, he looks at me dazed. I don't have a ring, but there's something I need to do. He drops to his knees in front of me. Oh my gosh! I gasp. He grabs both my hands and looks in my eyes. I know what that look means. It means love. Nothing but pure, unadulterated love. Josie Mullins, will you marry me? Yes, I say joyfully, wrapping my arms around him. I slide off the bed and sit on his bent knee, then wrap my arms around his neck. There is one problem, though, I say. What? Tell me, I'll fix it. When people ask about how we got engaged, what am I going to tell them? What do you mean? Chance asks. Can we say that you asked me to be your wife after? I screwed the hell out of you, good and hard on the coffee table. Exactly. He picks me up and tosses me on the bed. I laugh. He stretches out next to me. We'll just need to get our story straight. How about skydiving? No heights, I say immediately. We can figure it out, he says, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. But can it be after I make love to my beautiful fiancé? He pushes me down on the bed, and I grin and pull him down. Well, things are heating up again. You know what to do. Go to VicSavonRomance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts, and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story.
Chapter 22. Chance. Dad, can you give me a hint about what you're going to tell us? Tyler asks me from his seat in the back of the vehicle. I promise you'll know soon enough, I attempt to assure Tyler. Not even a teensy-weensy hint? Tyler asks again. Let's just say that it will make your dad the happiest person in the world. Hopefully, it will make you happy too. Tyler and I are driving to the Worthington estate, my parents' place. I've decided that I want to tell Tyler and my parents at the same time that I've proposed to Josie and we're going to be husband and wife. Ever since that summer 11 years ago when we first met, I knew that Josie was the one. But when she left, she became the one who got away. Now that I have her back, she's all I need. Tyler and I walk inside the solid oak doors and I say hi to Charles. They're in the grand room, Chance. Thank you. My mother is in one wing-back chair counting napkin rings for what I imagine is an upcoming dinner party. My father is on the adjacent wing chair, reading a financial newspaper, and no doubt checking stock tips. Tyler greets them and gives a friendly wave. Hello, sweetheart, my mother says to him, and my father looks up in acknowledgement. Tyler sits next to him, and my dad puts an awkward hand on his shoulder. My dad grunts and looks up at me, acknowledging my presence. Then he turns back to his paper. Since the last time I was here, he's been even chillier. I might be at risk of getting frostbite. Well, we're here. You're here. What did you want to say? Hi, Dad. Hi, Mom. I have some exciting news to share. Yes? My mother asks hopefully. What is it? What is it? Tyler asks. He's bouncing up and down. I've asked Josie to marry me, and she said yes. Tyler starts clapping and cheering, but the atmosphere of the room quickly changes to fit my father's mood. My mother, of course, follows his lead. You're what? I'm marrying Josie, Dad. I love her. She's my family. I want to make it official. She's my family, and Tyler's my family. Miss Mullins is so great. Shh, my mother hisses, shooting a nasty look at Tyler. I rub his arm and let him know it's okay. My father crosses his arms. He's scarier when simmering than boiling over. That's your choice? I'm glad you're fine with giving up your inheritance when you sign that marriage certificate. You'll live on a schoolteacher's salary. Good luck getting any firms to hire you when you're blacklisted. Prescott, please. Calm yourself. Chance, do you really think this is wise? To break up the family like this? If you're willing to disown me over marrying the woman I love, then you were never my family, so there's not a family to break up. Look at her reputation, the rumors about her. You want to subject your son to that? He's shouting now, waving the newspaper. You're the one who started those rumors, Dad, and you almost ruined her career. It's too bad I didn't, he sneers. You've already demonstrated you're a hazard, moral and otherwise. You're not a good influence on Tyler. Tyler looks frightened by the arguing, although he's heard enough of my conversations with my parents over the years to know that our relationship isn't exactly functional. I knew I did a good job teaching him morals when one day, after a visit with them, he said he thought it was wrong for his grandfather to be happy about the case he had won. A company had knowingly pumped contaminants into drinking water. My father got them off the hook without any compensation for the hundreds of thousands of people affected downriver, including cancer patients and children born with severe birth defects. I didn't want the firm to take those kinds of cases, but I worked on them to my shame. Maybe being disowned by my father will be good for me. Immoral, Dad scoffs. Shall we retell the story of why you got married the first time? I glare at my father. Not in front of Tyler, you jerk. My mother gasps in horror. That's not why you're getting married this time, is it, Chancey? No, Mom. She's the love of my life. I've loved her since I was 19, and I love her now. That's why I'm marrying her. She's the best, Tyler adds. Maybe he's unaware as to the extent of the battle. Maybe he thinks his endorsement will affect his grandparents' thinking. He's too innocent to know how intransigent they are. Bless your heart, Tyler. My mother pats Tyler's head. I fume, knowing what those words really mean. Chance, don't ruin your life over this. It will haunt us all for the rest of our lives. Do I not deserve a second shot at life? At love? This is the woman I'm in love with, Mom. She's a respected teacher and a pillar of the community. Or because I'm a widower, that's it. I got my opportunity and no more chances for me? Doesn't Tyler deserve a mother figure? If you're looking for a mother figure, I'm more than capable of raising the boy with us, my mother interjects. After all, I did raise you, though I certainly would do a thing or two differently. My father points his finger directly at me. Now you listen here, Chance. You're the one who says that family is the most important thing. That putting your family first and foremost is not only the right choice, but also the only choice. I want you to think really seriously about your answer. I'll ask one last time. Is losing your family to marry a woman worth it? An East End elementary school teacher? Absolutely. I don't hesitate for a moment. Both my parents are speechless. Apparently, I'm not the only one offering up blunt answers. Absolutely, Tyler adds to fill the silence. My father speaks next. You're a disgrace, Chance. Good. Coming from you, that's a compliment. If you can disown your son and grandson because he fell in love with someone who has less than $1 million in assets, then it shows you're not worth knowing. I grab Tyler by the hand, and he proudly holds it as a united front. You and I may be related, Dad, but we're not family. Goodbye to the precious Worthington name. It's not just your father's name. It's your name, too, my mother pleads. Even if you marry her, she'll never really be family, even with your same last name, my father says. She'll never really be the kid's mother, never really be a Worthington. Not if I change it. Chance Mullins has a ring to it. I like it. You wouldn't dare! I've never heard him that angry, and I smile. Why do you care? I'm disowned. Tyler finds his own voice to speak up one last time for Josie. She wouldn't be a stranger if you get to know her. Why can't you give Josie a chance, Grandma and Grandpa? She's really nice. Once you get to know her, I'm sure you'd like her. I've never been so proud of him. Just stop it, Tyler! My father snaps. You have no idea what you're talking about. Come on, Tyler, let's go. You have more wisdom and integrity in your little finger than this whole house. He nods vigorously. I have a huge smile as I walk out, one of relief. It's the feeling of utter freedom. My father stands by the door to show us the way out, and my mother cries into his shoulder. The last thing I hear is my mother speaking through sobs. Chance, I promise to calm your father down if you promise to rethink your choice. Not a chance, I call back and turn around. If I never see them again, that's fine. I have everything I need right next to me and waiting for me. I look back at Tyler in his seat once we're in the car. He's buckling up. It'll be okay, buddy. I know, they're not good people. You and Josie are. I love you. And I love Josie too. I love you too, Tyler. We both do. Me and Josie. I know.
Chapter 23. Josie. So I was telling Celia Ann that we're going to Amelia Island for the holidays, and she actually asked me about the hurricane. The group of women laugh. I clutch the stem of my wine glass harder, unease rising inside me like bile. Chance had insisted on an engagement party to show everyone that he was serious about being with me, and I went along with it because I thought it would be a good opportunity to meet his friends. Turns out we have nothing in common. I feel more like an outsider than ever among the Westcrest set. I suppose you don't have to worry about the hurricane, I ask, trying to figure out what they were laughing about. Oh, goodness, no, the woman says, shaking her head. I think her name is Mary Joan. We're one of the first to be evacuated by helicopter if things get bad. I frown, staring down at my wine glass. I can't imagine ignoring hurricane warnings and tying up resources like that. Well, what about you? Mary Joan asks, turning her attention to me. We're in the large clubhouse inside the country club, the same one that Chance and I met at all those summers ago. Despite the warm fire going in the fireplace, I still feel chilly as the women stare at me, almost as if questioning why I'm here in their presence. Where are you and Chance planning to vacation over the holidays? Oh, I don't think we're going anywhere, I say. Just staying here and keeping it low-key. It's always nice to stay home, too. One of the other ladies speaks up. I love watching the decorators put up all the holiday displays. Who do you have doing your place this year? Do you need a recommendation? Right. I forgot that the Westcrest set has professional holiday decorators put up large, ornate displays on their properties every year. Well, I don't have anyone. You ought to give mine a call. Lucas is the best in the business, but he gets booked up fast, she says. Remind me to get my phone from Jeremy later, and I'll give you his contact info. We've been using Lucas forever, so we're always on his list in early November, praise Jesus. Oh, thank you, I say, taking a deep drink of my wine. Thanks. So tell us, she asks, pressing closer. How did Chance propose? Yes, tell us, Mary Joan chimes in. And where's your ring, honey? Oh, it wasn't a very fancy proposal, I say, trying to deflect the attention. I'm not ashamed of my upbringing or a lack of a ring, but these women seem to care about that kind of thing. And Chance hasn't gotten me a ring yet. The proposal was a bit spontaneous. Oh my goodness, that reminds me of your proposal, Laura Beth, she says, turning to the woman who was telling me about her decorator earlier. Tell her how Jeremy proposed, Laura. Oh, Lord. Laura Beth grins, patting her blonde updo. Well, Jeremy flew us to the Outer Banks for a spontaneous weekend away, right? And we were at our private resort, and we were eating out on the veranda. He got down on one knee and said that he was planning to wait, but he couldn't any longer. told me he didn't have a ring yet, but he whisked me back to the mainland the next day, and we picked out a ring at Tiffany's. Mary Joan pulls Laura's hand up to show me the ring. It's quite a sight to see. A single large diamond, maybe the size of a dime, with a cluster of sapphires around it. I have no idea how big a carat even is. It's lovely, I say, swallowing another gulp of wine. It's also easily expensive enough to feed an entire neighborhood, but I'm not about to say that. How long have you and Jeremy been together? Been married 2 years now, Laura Beth says, a wide smile on her face. And how about you? I ask, eyeing the ring before glancing back at Mary Joan. How did your husband propose? Garrett and I were at steeplechase when he proposed, she says, smiling as she twists her long platinum blonde hair around a finger. He had his grandmother's ring, and he was a nervous wreck. But he filled our railside suite with dozens of roses, and just as the horses started racing, he got down on one knee. This sets the others off, comparing proposal stories that get more and more elaborate. I feel like shrinking back and hiding. Their stories are so over the top and grand, and I just don't fit in. Oh my goodness, and the prenup, Mary Joan exclaims, gripping my arm. You have to hear this one, Josie. My lawyer has it, so that for every baby I give Mark, I get an extra $1 million in the divorce if he leaves. But he stipulated that we had to have at least 3 kids. Alicia sounds as though she's bragging. They're laughing again, but internally, I'm aghast. $1 million per kid? And 3 kids minimum? This is their idea of a prenup? The rich truly live different lives. Well, I put in the prenup that I retain the house on Hilton Head and the one in Atlanta, Laura says. My grandfather bought those houses, and I'm not about to let Jeremy's family get their hands on them. I glance around to see Chance talking happily with his friend Malcolm and some other people. I wish he were here with me, but he's been a social butterfly, flitting about from person to person with an ease I wish I had. So where did you grow up then, Josie? Mary Joan asks, turning her attention back to me. I grab another glass of wine from a passing waiter and take a sip. You must not have grown up around here, or we would have been in school together. Actually, I did grow up here in Belmont. I went to school in East End. Oh, Mary Joan nods. You went to Belmont Academy? No, I say, staring at the wine. East End High. Oh. Mary recoils slightly. The ladies eye me up and down, as though seeing me through a new lens. Well, I ought to go check on my husband, she says, giving me a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. Oh, that reminds me I should call the nanny and check on Porter, Alicia says. Mark has my phone. So, how did you and Chance meet then? Laura asks, clearly just trying to be polite. We met here, actually, I tell her. Chance was head lifeguard, and I worked at the snack bar over the summer when I was 18. I left for school, though, and we broke up. But I'm Tyler's teacher now, and things just clicked with us again. I smile at the memory of the first time I saw Chance, walking through the classroom to pick up his son. That's nice, Laura says, tilting her head as she stares at me. You know, I never really knew anyone from the East End. My mother was very adamant that we weren't allowed to go there. Some nonsense about how it was dangerous, she adds, twirling her finger through a blonde curl. It's no more dangerous than any other small town, I say, defending my neighborhood. Your mother must not have gone to East End very often. Probably not. She did most of her shopping in Atlanta, Laura says. The conversation peters out after this, drying up as the women chat with each other more than me. I never should have agreed to this party. I would have been happier having a potluck at my aunt's church or a backyard barbecue instead of this farce of a party. It seems almost designed to make me feel like more of an outsider. I know that Chance didn't throw this in order to rub his wealth in my face. He's simply trying to integrate me into his life. but I don't really feel like I belong, and it's making me start to question our relationship. What kind of life will we have once we're married? Will he expect me to give up teaching and become a society wife like these women? Will we suddenly take spontaneous trips to Hilton Head, or whatever it is that rich Southerners do? I head over to the bar, ordering another glass of wine, and I nurse it as I try to get my thoughts together. I know Chance won't ever force me to give up teaching, but how will I ever feel like I fit into Chance's world? And I'm not sure if there's any hope of his parents ever accepting me. They knew I didn't belong in the first place, and they made their stance against our relationship quite clear. Prescott already tried to ruin my life once. What if the engagement pisses him off even more, and he does something even worse? The thought is sobering. I take several deep breaths to center myself. Just then, Chance comes up and places a hand on my back. "Hey, sorry I've been away. Malcolm was talking my ear off, but I promise not to leave your side for the rest of the night. It's a comfort, having him with me. He's a good man. I remind myself that despite everything, I want to be with Chance because of who he is. He's kind, honest, sincere, and caring. Nothing like his parents, and nothing like the women bragging about how much money each of their kids is worth in a divorce. I wouldn't be with him if he were anything like them after all. I just have to remind myself that tonight is just a silly party. It's the reason for the party that matters, and that's being with this incredible man for the rest of my life."
Chapter 24. Chance. And then he hit the ball straight into the water. Malcolm laughs, entertaining us with the story of him and a client on the green. I glance back and notice that Josie is looking a bit ill at ease, surrounded by some of the wives of my co-workers and friends. I didn't mean to leave her alone, but Malcolm insisted on taking me aside to give me a recap of what he did to ensure that my father wouldn't be messing with Josie again anytime soon. I excuse myself from Malcolm and check on Josie the second I can, putting my arm around her waist to ensure she knows I'm there. She's the only reason for any of this. "There you are," I say, giving her a kiss on the cheek. "I'm sorry for leaving you. I won't do it again this evening. Or ever." Her smile makes me feel like nothing could ever go wrong. Josie looks beautiful in a pale green dress, and I can't take my eyes off her. Those women you were with earlier, those are some of the wives of my co-workers at the office and some acquaintances. "Let me introduce you to some of my closer friends," I whisper in her ear. Being around her always makes me feel giddy inside, like a kid. I appreciate that she was willing to do this for me. I'm proud of her. A few of her friends from work are here as well, but most of the guests in attendance are my friends, whether work colleagues, friends from college and high school, and some family friends of my parents. I know it must be overwhelming for Josie, but she's still hanging in there. "Your friends are different from what I expected," she whispers. I lean in for a quick kiss. They all talked about their vacations and their prenups. Yeah, sometimes they do that, I say, glancing back to see Malcolm and his wife talking with Garrett and his wife. But a lot of them aren't just my friends because of our social standing. Some of them, like Peter, were with me after my wife's passing. They rallied around me and showed support in ways that I never expected. Josie smiles. "That's very kind of them. I understand why you're friends with someone like that. But what about that lady Laura Beth and her husband?" "Oh, Jeremy. He and I started out at the firm together as junior associates. We go way back. I think he and Laura Beth knew each other through school or something. I'm not especially close to him, but he's part of our circle." "So I'll be seeing more of them then?" she asks, tilting her head to look up at me. "Yeah, probably a little, but once you get to know them, Laura and Jeremy are good people." Josie rubs her shoulders, shivering a little. I take my jacket off instantly and drape it around her bare arms. "Here, are you cold? We can go sit by the fire." I just feel a bit overwhelmed. It's hard not to feel a little insecure around people who have more money than I'll ever make in my lifetime. They're so different, They don't know what it was like growing up living paycheck to paycheck. They hire decorators to drape their homes in baubles for the holidays. I grew up stringing lights on the eaves with my mom. I try to listen and understand where she's coming from. Maybe it was a mistake to push this party. I thought it was the right way to show her off to the people in my life, while making certain that everyone understood I was serious about this woman. Listen, some of these people are snobs, I admit. But some of them are like me too. People who grew up privileged but still try to be good people. Josie settles into my side. I just worry what some of them might say behind my back now. Especially those whose parents are friends with your parents. They might say things that get back to your parents about me that aren't true. I reassure her that it won't happen, and if it does, we'll disassociate ourselves from them. I pull her away from her thoughts to get her to try some of the appetizers. There are so many delicious offerings. Josie's eyes close as she takes a bite of a tiny pork tourtière, savoring the delicate pastry. It's good, isn't it? I ask, trying to keep her mind off the guests for now. Very, she says, grinning as she reaches for another. We sample some of the spicy crab salad tapas and the soft cheeses together, and soon enough, Josie is starting to loosen up and enjoy herself. We should dance, I tell her as we finish our chocolate liqueur cups. I reach for her hand and drag her onto the floor, where a live band is playing light jazz music. I twirl her around as we dance, letting loose and enjoying our engagement party. Hey! Peter and his wife, Tracy, come up to us as we're dancing, the two of them dancing as well. You two should come with us to the golf next week. We can't. Josie has school, I tell them. Oh, right. Peter nods. No worries. I glance back at Josie, who gives me a tight smile. This is Peter and Tracy Sullivan, I introduce her. They stayed with us for a few weeks after we lost my first wife. They are good people. I can't wait for you to get to know them. Oh, thank you for introducing us, Josie says, holding her hand out. Tracy shakes it, her dark eyes sizing Josie up and down. Nice to meet you, she says. Our daughter goes to the same school as Tyler. She has Miss Wendy. Oh, I love Wendy, Josie says, smiling. So she must be in 3rd grade. Yep. Josie stiffens a little, leaning into me. I look down, raising one eyebrow. She shakes her head minutely, and I hold her tighter, dancing away from Peter and Tracy. What's wrong? I ask. She bites her lip, looking up at me for a moment before shaking her head again. Come on, please tell me, Josie, I say, running my hand gently over her back. Your friends are parents at the same school I teach at. And I know I saw Annabeth Stevens and her husband lurking around here somewhere in the club. What if they hear about the stuff your father was saying about me? Malcolm took care of it, I reassure her. But the things might still get around to more parents from them, she says, a quiver in her voice. I sigh and pull her away from the crowd to sit with me near the coat closet. I know I can't make all your fears go away, but I trust Peter and Tracy, and the Stevenses are only here because Colin is my second cousin. You don't have to worry about them finding out secrets about you. Okay, Josie says. She smiles at me, eyes watery, and I feel a rise of sympathy for her. She's been so stressed. I think a nice, relaxing trip to the mountains might be the ticket to helping her to unwind from everything. I decide that I'll take her out for a hike. And I might need to do something else to take her mind off things. Something that will show her how serious I am, that she will always be my entire world. I steer her back to the dance floor, and we start dancing together again. Let's enjoy the rest of the evening. It's almost over anyway, I tell her. And I promise that the Stevenses will not come to our wedding if you don't want them there. I know Annabeth can be a bit of a bulldog about Andrew. I grew up with them, and trust me, Annabeth was just as much a pain back then, too. Imagine that same woman, but obsessed about her own grades. Josie chuckles, and I feel more tension leave her body. I can only imagine how that might have gone. I'm glad to see her feeling better. I decide that now is the time for our toast. I pull her toward the small stage and take the mic from the band. They move aside, and I tap my wine glass, getting the attention of everyone in the room. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, I tell our guests. I was excited for you all to meet my future bride, Josie Mullins. We met when we were young, and I'm so lucky that we found each other again. Now that she's back in my life, I don't intend to let her get away. Thank you for being here with us tonight. People chuckle, and I squeeze Josie's hand. Tonight is all about the fairy tale ending that we're both getting. To Josie and to the future. To Josie and the future! They all echo, glasses raised. Josie beams, snuggling into my side. We finish the night with one more dance.
Chapter 25. Josie. The bell rings just as I'm finished with the short story. And that's why cats wash their hands after a meal instead of before, I say, grinning as I finish reading the class our short story for the afternoon. The students start gathering their books and papers to get ready to be picked up by parents. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch as Tyler scoops up his things and shoves them down into his backpack. He and his friends gather together to play with their trading cards just as Chance walks in the room. "Hey, buddy." Chance waves to Tyler, and he packs his cards away. Chance crosses the room in 2 quick strides. "Hi, Dad." "You get to go over to Alex's house today," he says. I cock my head, listening as I keep an eye on the other children. "I do?" Tyler asks. "Yep. Mrs. Winters and her wife have invited you to hang out there with Alex tonight and have dinner. Sound like fun?" "Yes." Tyler is too busy high-fiving Alex to hear anything else Chance says. Lexi Winters is some kind of engineer for NASA, and her wife Mia writes a wildly popular children's book series. They're one of the few Westcrest couples that don't intimidate the hell out of me. Well, they do, but not for being snobs. Alex and Tyler start making plans for their evening immediately. Chance breaks off to come talk to me. "I wasn't sure if you were busy tonight, but if you aren't, are you willing to spend some time with me? I'd love to take you on a picnic in the countryside. You went through so much effort for me to enjoy our engagement party. I'd like to take you somewhere, just the two of us, to relax." My heart beats faster and I feel my face get hot. "Really?" He nods, and I feel myself breathe easier. The engagement party was a huge source of stress for me. I felt like I was second-guessing myself at every turn being around Chance's wealthy friends. I wanted a chance to spend some alone time with him, and now I was getting my wish. "Let me make sure all the children are picked up, and I'll meet you outside in 15 minutes, I say. Chance flashes me a dimpled smile and nods, leaving the classroom after saying goodbye to his son. Lexi picks up Alex and Tyler a few minutes later. I wave them off, watching her and Chance sign the boys out together. All the parents arrive within the next 10 minutes or so, leaving me alone in the classroom. I have just enough time to gather my things together before I'm rushing out the door to meet Chance in his oversized SUV. "Hey, pretty lady." Chance gives me an easy smile as I slip into the passenger seat. "I missed you." "I know. It's been ages." I laugh as I buckle myself in. "How was work?" "Pretty uneventful. I'm just looking at other firms most of the time. I can't work with my dad forever." He grasps my hand in his. "How was your day?" "Actually really good. We're getting ready for the winter pageant, so the kids practice their holiday songs. It was so cute to watch." I tell him more about what it's like to coach 22nd graders through Winter Wonderland. He actually laughs at my anecdotes. The leaves are almost all gone off the trees, and it's colder out, but our drive is still quite scenic. Evergreen trees dot the hilly landscape, which crests and falls like the ocean. I trace an idle finger along the cold window, drawing a heart shape on the condensation. "Thank you for taking me out," I say, turning my attention back to Chance, who's humming along with the radio. "You always know just what I need. How do you do that?" "Because I pay attention to you," Chance says. taking my hand in his and running his thumb along the back. I know you in and out, Josie. You're the world for me. You really put yourself out there with the party. I wanted to make sure you knew how appreciative I am. I feel like I'm falling in love with him all over again. My heart melts at his words. You're so sweet, I murmur. I'm so lucky to have you in my life. I'm the lucky one, Josie. Chance gives me a half smile. We hold hands the rest of the drive, listening to the radio as we head deeper into the foothills. It takes about 40 minutes to arrive at our destination. The air is already chilly, but Chance is prepared. He grabbed a spare coat, gloves, and a hat for me before heading to the school, he says. Then he unpacks the rest of the supplies. He heaves his fancy Yeti cooler over his shoulder, guiding me with one hand on my lower back toward a trail off the parking lot. I follow Chance, curious to see what he's got planned. Let's go that way, he says, pointing to one of two trails that branch off from the main trail. Any particular destination in mind? I ask, walking next to him. Maybe, he says. There's a faint smirk on his face as he continues onward. The only people we pass are an old man with his dog and a young couple decked out in some serious hiking gear. I can see my breath in the air, and I grab Chance's hand, trying to stay close and warm. Belmont hasn't hit freezing temperatures yet, but it's definitely dipped down from where it was earlier in the day. We finally arrive at a gorgeous clearing near a rocky outcropping. I follow Chance as he hikes around the ledge. We end up standing in front of a small waterfall. I gasp, my breath taken away by the sight. It's beautiful here. A little light mist from the waterfall makes the landscape look like it's filtered through a prism. Would you help me set up the blanket? Chance asks, setting his backpack and cooler down. I move to his side and help him unfurl the thick, warm tartan blanket, and we place it over the ground. It's impossibly soft, made of pure merino wool, and I run my fingers over it, enjoying the feel. We sit down on the blanket. Chance fusses over the cooler, pulling out a thermos of hot coffee and some food. I made us a light dinner, he says, handing me a wrapped plate. I unwrap it, examining the contents. It's got figs stuffed with goat cheese, feta crostini with a balsamic drizzle, and even some crab and Gruyere palmiers. I'm impressed with the spread. This looks amazing, I say, inhaling the delicious aromas. I can't wait. I take a bite of the delicate puff pastry. So good. Chance watches me, a soft smile on his face. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I made them myself. You made this? I ask, eyes widening. No, I'm kidding, but I can make it. Still, this is gourmet level stuff. Incredible. I pulled out all the stops for you, he says, brushing an errant curl from my face. You deserve it. We continue eating, nibbling on the appetizers and sipping hot coffee. It keeps us warm, and the blanket keeps the chill from seeping into our bones as we sit outside, enjoying the beautiful scene. I'm so glad I met you, I say, voice quiet as I gaze at Chance. You know that? I truly am glad you came into my life. I am too, Chance says, putting his plate down and moving closer to kiss me. You and Tyler are the best things to ever happen to me. We kiss for a few minutes, slow and lazy, with no sense of urgency behind it. The two of us are just enjoying our time alone together. What's the occasion? I ask when we break away, both of us short of breath and our lips swollen from trading kisses. Well, you brought me out on such a lovely picnic with fancy appetizers to eat. I know you said you wanted to give me a relaxing afternoon, but we could have just as easily done that by staying at home and watching a movie on your big TV. Can a man just wine and dine his lady? Chance asks, stroking a gloved finger over my cheek. He leans down and kisses the tip of my nose, and I laugh. Of course, I say, reaching up to kiss him back right on his temple. I do have one more surprise. He reaches back into the cooler to produce a bottle of champagne. Oh, fancy. I reach out to look at the label. It's from actual champagne, which means it's the real deal. I know that. Will you open it? I need to text Tyler to check in, Chance says, turning around for a moment to reach for his phone in his backpack. Popping the bottle, I open my mouth to ask about the champagne flutes when Chance turns back around. He leans on one knee, balancing with the other as he kneels, holding out a glimmering, gorgeous ring sparkling in the fading light. I gasp.
Chapter 26. Chance. Oh, Chance! It fits perfectly! I slide the engagement ring onto Josie's ring finger. Her hand is shaking so much from the shock of it all that I have to hold her hand steady as I guide the ring up her finger. When it's finally on her finger, the ring glistens in the wintry light. It's a diamond surrounded by a halo of sapphires, inspired by a vintage ring. The platinum setting is inlaid with dancing small diamonds all around it. It's dazzling, but it doesn't compare to Josie. So now that you see it on you, what do you think of it? Chance, it's perfect! Josie exclaims. But what's even better is just being able to look down and always remember that you want to be with me for the rest of my life. Of course I want to be with you, and Tyler is so thrilled. I want to be with the both of you. You're my family. Josie wipes a tear from her cheek. Chance, you have always made me happy since we first met. But getting Tyler in my life, too, I'm so lucky. Josie embraces me with a tight hug, and we sit upright on the soft wool blanket. She leans her side and head against me, and I hold her in my arms, holding on to that feeling of never wanting to let go. I just want you to know, Josie, that I understand why you have concerns about my family and my friends, but none of them matter. All that matters is you and Tyler, and making the two of you happy. I know. That means more to me than anything in the world. I also don't want you to cut off anyone or anything in your life, not for me or any other reason. But if I have to, I will, Josie. If someone doesn't accept you, they don't accept me. You are my life. You're mine too, but Chance, they're your family. You only have one. How are they dealing with it all? Like you'd expect. If it were up to them, I'd either be a widower for the rest of my life, or I'd be the featured listing in the West Crest Post. Dad is furious. Not that he even knows what he's so opposed to. Mom is too afraid of Dad to go against the party line. But you can tell that she feels really torn. She even mentioned meeting you. Really? She did? Yeah, she adores Tyler. And I think Tyler sticking up for you made an impression. Maybe more than anything else. Tyler stuck up for me. She holds up her hand to her chest, genuinely moved. He did, a few times. He was there with me when I told my parents. He said that you're the best, and that he loves you. Wow, I love him too, and at 7 years old, that's so brave. Just like his stepmother. Stepmother, wow, that's amazing. I can see the reality of that role sinking in, and it's beautiful to see her adoration for my son. I always hoped I would find someone who could be like a second mother to Tyler, but I never imagined someone having as close of a relationship as his with Josie. My mother has called me in secret a few times. She said something about the wedding, and she slipped and said, well, when we're planning the wedding, talking about logistics, I think there's a part of her that's excited. I think there's a chance she'll attend at least. Dad, on the other hand, I wouldn't count on. He wouldn't attend his son's wedding? Does he at least know he's missing his opportunity to formally stand up and object? We both laugh. Even in the most difficult situations, she can find the humor in it. That's a sign of a person you want to spend your life with. My father might be angry for a while, I say, but I'm truly hoping he'll come around once he sees how happy we are. But I don't think I'd want him at the wedding if all he's going to do is ruin it. She smiles. I've barely even thought about wedding planning. I've had so much else on my mind. The teaching stuff, the engagement party. She gets a serious look on her face. A lot of the guys there were from the firm. Is your dad going to let you keep your job? Josie, I was on law review at Harvard Law School. I clerked for the United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit. Half the clients at the firm are there because of me. If I open my own firm, it'll be at least as successful as his. But I don't know if that's the kind of work I want to keep doing anyway. But no, I won't continue working for him, and I don't want to. I mean it. As if Josie herself weren't enough of a blessing, she gave me enough courage to finally pursue the career path I actually want. So many exciting things in our future, Chance. She sits down on the blanket and we look off at the vistas around us. Josie holds my hand and looks at me. I can see the glint of the ring even down at our knees. I love the ring, Chance. I'm so glad. It took so long because I wanted the right one. I had it custom designed. Simple but classic. Vintage but with modern touches. It's perfect. Like everything with you, Chance. It's perfect. Josie puts her arms around me. Things with your family will be okay, one way or another. And my mom and aunt are amazing, at least. I can't wait to meet them, I tell her. I still can't believe I haven't. How'd your mom take the news? She was thrilled. She's happy because I'm so happy. She was nervous at first, but she can see how much I love you. I can't wait for her to meet you and Tyler, to see how much you love me right back. I do. I love you so much, Josie. She then lays on the ground, looking up at the sky. She did say she might be jealous of having to share my love with someone else, so you've been warned. At least she's willing to share. Who says she's willing? Josie stares right at me and then starts to teasingly laugh. She doesn't have a choice. Well, hopefully she'll feel she's gaining a son, not losing a daughter. I think so, and a grandson. She's really excited about that part. Josie pauses, looking serious, and I rub her shoulder. I just hope that she can be her full self at the wedding. She's making progress, but I hope that it's enough for her to be comfortable and happy. Something tells me that your mom is the type of person who won't let anything stop her from seeing you happy, especially on your wedding day. If we have to, we'll have the reception at her house, just so that she can be a part of it. And I'll do anything to help my mother-in-law. Any kind of treatment she needs, I'll make sure she gets it. I lay down beside her and look up at the clouds passing us overhead. I mean, look, if Peter Belmont can do it, why not us? My parents have to be the most stuck-up people in Westcrest. And that's pretty stuck up. Yeah, I've heard a little about them from some of the teachers. I didn't realize it was that Alex, the one from the Vidalia diner. She was such a sweetheart every time I went there with Mom and Denise when I visited. I hear they're having a baby. How can anyone be cynical? Well, they can be. But why? And who cares? It seems like they're doing well. We have some business at the firm with Belmont stakeholders. We should see them, have lunch at the club or something. I'd love that. His club membership hasn't been revoked for marrying an East End girl, and a black one at that. So he's still a member of the elite in good standing, as far as I know. And he'll always have a place at the snack bar. We both laugh. Look, love finds a way, Josie. We don't have royalty in America. Prince William married a non-royal. So did Prince Harry, and also a black American woman. The man has good taste, what can I say? Josie kisses me on the lips, and I hold her close, lost in the smell of the vanilla perfume of her hair and neck.
Chapter 27. Josie. Are you going to wear white? Mom asks. I think so. Either that or ivory. My wedding dress was off-white. I think that looks lovely with our dark skin tone. I can see her admiring the way the dress falls from behind me in the three-way mirror. Do you still have your dress, Mom? Maybe, probably somewhere. It's from the 1980s, though. I don't think you want it for your inspo. Inspo? What websites have you been on, Mom? I tap her on the shoulder with a grin. Just the normal kind. Pinterest. What's the other one? Ticket. TikTok? That one, yeah. She can't quite understand why I nearly collapse in laughter, but she's amused. Mom and I are dress shopping in an out-of-the-way bridal store in East End, one that's been owned by the same family for more than 20 years. We're planning out the wedding details together, along with my Aunt Denise. Just as I've been waiting for my wedding day since I was a little girl, my mom's been planning for her daughter for that long. Sometimes I think she's more excited than I am. It's really lifting her spirits too, and giving her more energy. She's on a new regimen of medicine that seems to be working well. The gold of that dress brings out the gold in your skin and eyes. She wipes a stray tear. I can't believe my baby's getting married. It's an off-the-shoulder gown, gossamer and translucent, woven with gold strands and appliques. I love it. I do a little spin, and I can see my mother suppressing her tears in the mirror. When I started getting sick, Josie, I didn't know if I'd be able to make your wedding day. Mom, don't say that. I just mean I'm so glad I'm getting better. The new treatment. Standing in the gown I'm trying on, I think I'm going to cry in a wedding dress long before my wedding day. Me too, Mom. I think this is the one, Josie. What do you think? I nod. My mom nods back from the mirror. This is it. I could tell from your face. It's the same way I knew you were serious about Chance when you were talking about him. I thought, there's something different about this one. Really? Yeah. That's what made me nervous. It seemed like you were in love already, and I was just hearing about him. It was really hard not to tell you about him when we dated the first time around. My mom makes one of her legendary faces that lets you know she has a secret. I had an inkling. Mom, you knew? Why didn't you say anything? I can't believe you knew. We both shake our heads and smile. You had your secrets. I had mine. You think I'm going to tell my 18-year-old baby that I can tell she has a secret boyfriend? Get out of here. Besides, if I didn't say anything, you might have had your guard up even more. What tipped you off? Parents always know more than their kids think they do, at least when their kids are teenagers. Yeah, but really? When did you know? It's as if I'm covering my tracks for next time more than 10 years later. It's not like you put cameras all over the place or tripwire alarms. I had a creaky floorboard, and when you have the hearing that I do, that's almost as good. Every time you got up, my floor never creaked. It was silent. Not in your room, baby. The board in your room creaked in mine. Creaky old houses. People think they're haunted. No, they're just weirdly put together. You weren't worried at all about what I was doing? Sure, but not any more than when you were heading to school and back. At a certain age, you have to just trust your kid or not. And if you don't, you'll go crazy. I was only 18, but I was so in love with him. Even then, I was so afraid of getting my heart broken. I made sure to break my own heart before he could. Yeah, you were away at college, so I didn't get to see that part as much. But I remember you always had the biggest smile on your face after you didn't think I knew you had snuck out. But then that joy just went away, and you tried to hide your puffy eyes the next day. I wondered, why didn't you say anything? I thought you were old enough to have your own secrets, to have that beautiful, perfect summer love without interference. You were going to school, and so serious-minded, I knew you'd do the right thing for you. And when you were so sad after you did, I hated that my premonition was right. I take off the dress, stunned at what I'm hearing. I thought I knew my mother. I had no idea there was a whole different side that I had never seen until this moment. A few more dresses? I ask. Why? You already know you want that one, sweetheart. Because this is your one and only chance to see your baby try on wedding dresses. This is the only time I plan on getting married. I try on several more dresses of all kinds. Some of them are shorter dresses that have a big skirt around them that you keep on until the reception. Others are slinky, And some are practically out of Versailles with their puffed sleeves and 20-foot trains. My mother is in heaven. Which one would you have chosen for yourself, Mom? Probably the slinky number. That could be your mother of the bride gown. I wouldn't be complaining. I still have a great booty, don't I? You know it. Where do you think I got it from? Your husband can thank me. Mom! When I'm all done trying on dresses and have my clothes back on, my mother motions with her hands for me to come over to her for a moment. When I'm next to her, she holds my hands. My daughter is going to be the most beautiful bride. I'm so proud of you. You're happy? I'm so happy. You're so happy. I feel like there's a but in there. The only but is the one in your dress, Mom. Hush up, you. She grins. What's up? Just Chance's family and some of his friends. The old West Crest, Best Crest sickness? That's worse than what I have. Yeah, of course. His parents are not happy. She raises her eyebrows. Excuse me? About my daughter? Who are these people? Rich snobs, apparently. The dad doesn't want anyone with less than $1 million in the bank for his son. The mom just wants what the dad wants. His dad is the one who started those rumors. She looks angry, then sad, then both. I'm sorry, baby. That's horrible. What does Chance say about it all? He says he won't tolerate it. If his parents have a problem with me, he has a problem with them. His dad's cutting him off, and he's fine with it. Are you fine with it? I want him to do what makes him happy. I don't want a rift, but I also know it has nothing to do with me. Not really. It's them. What a wise woman I raised, and a beautiful one. One who would never compromise herself or ask anyone else to. They can't hold out forever, can they? If they do, that's their loss, especially if they're willing to sacrifice their grandchild. But he'll have another grandma to spoil him. I can't wait to meet Tyler. I laughed through a wide smile. You never said anything to me about wanting grandchildren. Of course I do. That's why parents have children, isn't it? I'm so glad Tyler will have the best grandma ever. He'll need at least one. Well, maybe once you and Chance are married, his other grandparents will come around. What do you mean? As snooty as people can be, they can come around, especially if they're exposed to people who have a good heart. Like you. And you too, Mom. A little kindness goes a long way. Even if his parents have just a little exposure to you, your goodness will radiate. Maybe they'll see how much they're giving up. And once they see how wonderful you are, they'll see it's for no reason. You're just saying that because you're my mom. Not at all. If I had a brat for a daughter, you think I'd tell her she's not? If they're remotely decent, at some point they'll warm up. And if they're not remotely decent, you're much better off. And more grandma time for me? I kiss her hand. What's that for? Mom asks. Just thanks for the advice. You always know best. And I love you. I love you too. A mother always knows best, it's true. We go to the front of the dress salon, and a sales associate approaches us. Did you like the dresses you tried today? Yes, they were beautiful. I want to buy one of the ones I tried on, I tell the employee. Let me guess, the drop shoulder. Yeah? How did you know? You looked like a bride in it. You looked so comfortable, like you were born to wear it. She was. I'm her mother, so I would know. I was there when she was born. I thought older sister, the salesgirl says. Of course you do. You work on commission. My mom gives her a wink. Well, it worked. I'm getting this. But Mom, it's so much. It's nothing. It's for my only baby's only wedding day. Please, let me get it as your wedding gift. You're the greatest gift of my life, Josie. Thank you, Mama. If you insist, I'll let you. That's my wedding gift to you. Deal. We hug each other and we go home with my dream dress in a garment bag over my arm.
Chapter 28. Chance? I reach out to squeeze my son's hand. Do you think you can do it for me, buddy? Tyler nods excitedly. Yes, I'll do the best job ever. Great. Let's pick some music for the reception then, I say, chuckling. We pore over playlists, picking songs that we think might be fun for grown-ups and kids alike. The wedding will be here in just a couple of months, and there's still so much to do. Tyler's been helping me with some of the finer points of the tasks Josie's given me. I've already had an elaborate, grand wedding that I wasn't allowed to help plan. So I was adamant about being involved in the process this time. Josie was more than happy to let me take the reins on certain aspects. She gave me full control over the reception itself. So I was in charge of picking out place settings, music, lighting, caterers, and so on. It was a big task, but Tyler has been thrilled to help. It makes him feel like a part of things. A few hours later, we've narrowed the playlist down to 150 songs to give to the DJ when Josie and I meet with him this weekend. Good job, buddy, I say, giving him a high five. Okay, so the next step is to finalize some more stuff for the reception. Are you up for it? I'm ready, Tyler says, crossing his arms and giving me a serious expression. I want to laugh, but I hold it in. He's been amazing with this whole thing, and I don't want him to think that I don't take him or his help seriously. We go over the selection of decor from the event planning website. Josie has some stuff pinned on her Pinterest board that helps us narrow down what items we need and what we don't. Oh, can we get that? Tyler points at the website screen to a Mickey Mouse-themed place setting for children's parties. I burst out laughing, unable to control it this time. Well, do you think that Josie will like them too? I ask. Tyler nods, then pauses. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, remember what I said? That Josie gets to feel like a princess, and it's our job to make sure she feels like one. Yeah. Josie and I had picked sage green and dusty rose for the wedding colors, so I steered Tyler toward decor that incorporates those colors in their listings. How about that one? Tyler says, pointing at a plain white plate with a delicate floral pattern around the edge. That one is perfect, buddy. You've got a great eye for design. You're going to be a great artist one day. And then maybe for dessert we can have the race car napkins, he adds, eyes sparkling and lips pursed. Huh, maybe. But let's stick with the theme we've got going on. We can definitely add some stuff just for you, Ty. I promise that even though it's Josie's special day with Dad, we won't leave you out. Actually, can you keep a secret? Yes, Tyler says, sitting upright. Don't tell Josie I told you this. She's ordered the cake for the wedding for all the guests, but she also picked out cookies with paintbrushes on them, just for you. His eyes grow wide and he puts a hand to his mouth. Wow. Just for me? Well, they're for all the guests to enjoy. But the paintbrushes represent how awesome of an artist you are, to show everyone that you're just as much a part of our day as we are. Dad, Josie is the best mom you could have found, he whispers, hugging me tightly. I'll always love my mother, and I miss her all the time. But I think she would want me to have someone like Josie as my mom. She'll be up there watching me, and Josie will be down here. That's right, sweetheart. A slew of emotions rise up as I hug him, patting his back and wiping his tears. I'm so glad I found someone like her. It's getting late, and I realize that Josie will be here for dinner soon. I ought to wrap up and check on dinner in the kitchen. We've talked about where we're going to live after the wedding. For now, she's going to move into the house with us, but we're going to pick our own home soon. Something that fits us better than this giant, lonely mansion. Mrs. Evans is staying on as my housekeeper, but we're thinking about how big of a staff we want. The private chef is nice, of course, but we also want to cook together as a family. Financially, we'll always have plenty, but it's not endless. My father has already sent me legal papers detailing how he's disinheriting me and how I need to separate from the firm. I suspect he may come around at some point as he adores my son. He won't want to be cut off from Tyler forever. But for now, I'm going to re-examine what I really need and downsize a little. Josie is here, Mrs. Evans says, appearing at the entrance to my study. Tyler jumps up and starts running down the hall. Slow down, I call out, watching him careen around a corner. Josie is standing in the foyer, and Tyler runs up, hugging her. Hey, buddy, Josie says, a grin on her face that matches Tyler's. We planned a lot today, he tells her. Wait until you see the cool stuff we picked out. Dad wouldn't let me pick Mickey Mouse plates, but we picked out good ones. And Dad said I have an eye for design and that I'm going to be an amazing artist. He takes her by the hand to the stairs. Dinner is almost ready, I tell Taylor. Let's show Josie after dinner, okay? Okay, he says, sighing as he deflates a little. I can't wait to see it, Josie promises. But I'm starving. My mom and I were at the doctor almost all day, but I got good news. She's doing better, and they think things might be turning a corner for her. That's wonderful, I tell her, stepping up to take her in my arms and give her a kiss. Tyler giggles behind us, watching us. I kiss her again for good measure. Is she going to be my grandma? Tyler asks. Yes, Josie says. She's so excited. We've already talked about it. She called you her grandson already. We head into the dining room where the chef has made a pot roast with gravy for us. Looks amazing, Josie says, sitting down next to me and squeezing my hand briefly before picking up her utensils. We chat over dinner about the wedding details, and Tyler and Josie tell me about the projects they're working on together in school. The current unit is about local ecosystems, and they're taking a field trip to a nature center in a few weeks to celebrate the end of the school year. Our plates are cleared in no time. As the maid begins to tidy up, Tyler drags Josie upstairs to my office to show her what we picked for the reception. And these are the race car napkins I wanted, but Dad said no, he adds, showing them off. Josie and I look at each other, trying to hold in our laughter. Wow, Josie says, nodding along as he shows her more of the cool stuff they have for kids. We're going to have nice cloth napkins for people since it's tidy that way. But maybe for the dessert napkins, we can do something fun, she suggests. Tyler lights up. Yeah, he pumps his fist. Can we get these? He points to some napkins with rainbow confetti on them. Sure, Josie says. I'm really pleased that she's including Tyler's preferences in the planning, adding little touches here and there for him. I realize it's getting late. It's almost bedtime, I tell Tyler. Josie and I have some more planning to do. Actually, before you send him off, I had something I wanted to talk to both of you about, she says, glancing between us. Tyler shifts in the leather chair and turns to face her. I've been thinking about the honeymoon a lot lately. I feel like I want to do something that includes Tyler. I want to go somewhere that all three of us could enjoy, so that he could be part of our family vacation after the wedding, since he'll be my family too. Really? I ask, tilting my head. What were you thinking? How about Disney World? She suggests, a twinkle in her eye. Yes! Tyler yells, leaping from the chair to hug her tightly. Yes, please, can we go to Disney World, Dad? You really want to spend your honeymoon toting my son around the happiest place on earth? I ask, unable to believe what I'm hearing. I know it sounds crazy, but I really do. Josie clasps her hands together, and I can see from her smile that she means it. And he'll be my son, too. You're so amazing, I tell her, hugging her as well. You're the most amazing, selfless woman I know. I love you, she says, cupping my cheek with one hand. And I love Tyler, too. I couldn't imagine a honeymoon without you both there. I get to go to Disney World, Tyler says, jumping up and down.
Chapter 29. Josie. I wake up with a giant grin on my face, feeling as though I'm about to burst. It's my wedding day. Leaping up from the bed, I rush through brushing my teeth before I hear a knock at my door. I open it to reveal Marina, wearing her robe and her hair in curlers. The grin on her face is identical to mine. It's your wedding day. Ah! We both shriek and hug each other, remembering to be delicate to avoid messing up anything on the other. After everything that happened, It made the most sense to have our wedding on a more modest budget. I didn't want anything big or fancy. We'll never have to worry about money, but with everything, opulence just didn't feel right. Chance's father followed through with his plans, and Chance is working now for a public interest organization. He has trusts and accounts that give more than we need just through interest, so there's no reason to ever worry. But it's not the money that I care about. We don't need money to be happy. We just need each other. We agreed to each only have one bridesmaid and one best man. Marina had been my rock and support through the turmoil the last few months. It was an easy choice to pick her to stand up with me. She gives me a tight hug, bouncing on the soles of her slipper-clad feet as we celebrate the fact that I get to marry Chance today. "Let's get you ready," Marina says with a squeal. My hair is already done, courtesy of the amazing high-end salon in the East End, but Marina is going to give me a mani-pedi and do my makeup. I sit down at my vanity, patting my satin bonnet to ensure it is still in place and protecting my updo. We chat about everything and nothing, including a few gentle jabs about the wedding night. By the time she's done with painting my toes, a few other people have started to arrive. Mama and my Aunt Denise show up first, followed not long after by Wendy and Angela, then Shannon, my work friend from my school in Orlando. They all hype me up, and we pour champagne and toast to the special day as we get closer to time. We have to leave early because the wedding is at Applewood Farms, just outside of town. Turns out they have a big, beautiful renovated barn they use for weddings and other special events. When I found that out, I knew we had to have the ceremony there. Afterward, we are having the reception at the country club, in one of the more minimalist event sites on the grounds. The country club was where we met, after all. It seemed fitting to have part of our wedding there. "How do you feel?" Mama asks as she laces up the bone-lined bodice of my wedding dress. It has off-the-shoulder sleeves and a front covered by gorgeous gold-threaded lace flowers down the front of the dress. The strategically covered sheer paneling around my waist melts into a long, flowy skirt. I feel like a queen in my dress, especially when Mama places the veil over my carefully sculpted finger waves, fluffing the bun at the base of my scalp. "You look amazing, Josie," she says, tears in her eyes as she hugs me, careful not to mess up my dress. "Let's get going, ladies," Aunt Denise calls from outside. The car that will be taking me, Mama, and Marina is already here. "Clara, Josie, Marina, you all look gorgeous." Everyone giggles and rushes around with last-minute prep as the photographer takes one last photo and we head out. The drive feels like it goes by so fast when all of a sudden, Mama and Marina are helping me from the car and navigating me to the backside of the barn, where I'll be taking some first-look photos with Chance. As soon as he sees me, he gets misty-eyed, holding his arms out to embrace me. "You look so good, so amazing," he murmurs into my ear. Our photographer captures every moment before we're being whisked off for the ceremony. Chance heads to his spot, and I watch as Tyler walks down the aisle arm in arm with Marina. I grin, the picture almost too adorable for words. As the best man, he takes his job of escorting Marina seriously. They stand at the end of the aisle, and suddenly it's my turn. Mama walks with me, still a bit weak but managing to stay upright by holding on to me a little. I glance around, seeing all our friends and family that showed up. No great surprise that Prescott isn't here. But Margaret is in the audience, in a lavender mother-of-the-bride-style gown, and she looks perfectly coiffed. She smiles at me with tears streaming from her eyes. I feel warmth bloom in my chest. "Grandma's here," Tyler yells, and all of our guests laugh. He stops for a moment to give her a hug. Maybe one day we can rekindle a relationship with Prescott, but not now. Today is not the day to think about that. Today is about me and Chance joining together. Mama guides me to the end of the aisle and sits next to Margaret. She squeezes her hand, bringing yet another tear to my eye. The two of them whisper together briefly, and I wonder if maybe the two of them are becoming friends, We are here to join Josephine Mullins and William Chance Worthington, the third in holy matrimony. The minister begins. It's a quick ceremony, followed by our vows. I vow to love and cherish you for the rest of my natural life and the next after that. Chance says, you're my best friend, my better half, my soulmate. I vow to love and cherish you for the rest of my natural life and the next after that. I tell him, you're my moon and stars, you make me happy, and you make me laugh. I love you. Chance beams. I also promise that I'll be the best mom I can be to you, Tyler. I look over to my darling stepson. He perks up and grins, reaching out to hug me. I'll be the best son you could ask for, he whispers loudly. The audience chuckles, and I can feel a sob trying to leave my throat through my smile. I'm so happy. The minister has us exchange rings and pronounces us husband and wife. Chance pulls me in for a kiss before he's finished speaking. My stomach erupts into butterflies as he kisses me. Everyone cheers in the background for us. The recessional music starts up, and the two of us link arms with Tyler, walking back down the aisle with him as a family. Tyler rides with my mom and Marina to the reception, giving me and Chance a little privacy. We sip champagne in the back of a nice limo, trading kisses and giggles and holding hands like two teenagers again. Remember when I asked you out? Chance whispers, smoothing a hand over my satin-covered thigh. You were the prettiest girl at the club that summer. I was so nervous. And now look at us, I tell him. We made it back to each other. We pull up to the country club to more cheers and head to the outdoor clubhouse, where the DJ announces Tyler and Marina first before announcing Mr. and Mrs. Worthington Mullins. Chance had insisted he wanted to combine last names because he didn't want me feeling like I had to live up to the legacy of his surname. It was touching, and I agreed. So we are the Worthington Mullins family now. Even Tyler wanted to change his last name. The clubhouse looks amazing. Chance paid attention to every last detail, and it shows. There's a photo booth with props for the guests, personalized pins with our date and initials, and fairy lights hanging everywhere. It really is magical. I tell Chance what an amazing job he did. Tyler did a lot of the planning with me, he says as we sit and eat the delicious catered dinner. Then I have to thank my special boy, I say, turning to give him a noisy kiss on the cheek. Ah, Mom, he says, blushing. My heart leaps in my chest. What did you say? Is it okay if I call you Mom? He asks, eyes wide. I reassure him that it's more than okay, and he hugs me. I can't stop grinning, and I know I won't be able to stop all night. Our first dance is announced after dinner, and we get up in front of all of our guests. Chance takes me in his arms. You are so amazing, so beautiful, so radiant, Mrs. Worthington Mullins, he says in a murmur. My insides heat up as I stare into his eyes, the tension growing between us. You look devilishly handsome, Mr. Worthington Mullins, I say back, lowering my voice. I really am such a lucky bastard, he adds, voice soft. You gave me a second chance to prove myself. It's more than I could have ever asked for. We sway together and the music stops. The dance floor becomes crowded with other people who are now getting down to the sounds of an epic 80s glam rock ballad. It's quite a change from the previous romantic medley. I pull Chance close to me, pulling him down so he can hear me. Well, it seems like it was an inevitable conclusion for us, I say. After all, I never stopped loving you. Chance grins and kisses me again. Then Tyler runs up and starts dancing with us. We're carried away into a night full of laughter, more champagne, and pure happiness.
Chapter 30. Chance. I get a text from Mrs. Evans as we pull up to the hotel. Tyler wants to say goodnight. I show it to Josie. Is it okay if we call him? It will only take a minute. Of course, she says, and reaches out and pushes the call button. Mrs. Evans, who took Tyler home after the wedding reception, picks up on the first ring. "Hi, he's right here. Come here, Tyler." "Hi," our son says. "Hi, Tyler," Josie and I say together, then laugh. "We called to say goodnight," I say, "and that we love you so much," Josie adds. "I love you, but why do I have to stay here tonight? Why couldn't I come with you guys?" Josie and I look at each other, grinning. "Listen, we are picking you up tomorrow and going on our big family moon, okay?" I say. "It's going to be so much fun, I promise," Josie adds. Tyler is silent. "Buddy," I ask. I hear Mrs. Evans say something to him, but I can't quite make it out. "Okay, I guess," Tyler says. "Go brush your teeth. I'll be up to tuck you in a second," Mrs. Evans says. "Good night," Josie says. "Good night, dear. Don't worry, he's fine. He'll be asleep in about 3 seconds. See you tomorrow." She hangs up just as the limo stops in front of the hotel. It was one extravagance we allowed ourselves after a small, modest wedding. The greatest luxury was one to share just for us. A night together with complete privacy and relaxation, and we have the new experience of being a married couple in an entirely new place. We head to the elevator in our wedding clothes, and the crowd in the lobby applauds. We take a bow. I had the hotel set up the room ahead of time. Now all I have to do is light the candles. I tell Josie to count to 20 in the hallway before she comes in, and I have them all light just in the nick of time. In the soft glow of the candlelight, she looks even more beautiful. When I saw her for the first time in her dress today, I couldn't hold back the tears. I get to spend the rest of my life with my love. I have so much to be happy about. It's so beautiful, Chance. I can see reflections of the flames in her eyes. I wanted to do one for every year I want to spend with you. But I can't light 1,000,000 candles, so this will have to suffice. One more thing, though. Come with me. Huh? Where are we going? It'll only take a second. She dutifully follows, and we step back into the hallway. Now let's do this right. I lift her up, and she's so light in my arms with her hands interlaced around my neck. Her face is so close. She smells amazing. I carry her over the threshold and head for the bed, as is tradition. "Josie," I murmur and lower my head to kiss her. There's a soft thump on the ground, and I realize she has kicked off her shoes. I take one last step toward the bed and sit down with her on my lap, the skirt of the wedding dress flaring around her. "We need to get you out of this." I gesture at the dress. She nods her head slowly. She slides off my lap and stands in front of me. "You need to undo this part," she says, twisting at the waist and pointing to an elaborate web of ribbon down her back. "I can do this." I spread my legs and pull her in between them. She feels so good next to me, even with the layers of tulle between us. I can still feel her. Then I turn a keen eye to my target. The bow at the top unties easily. Then it's a matter of pulling the ribbon out of the loops they are laced into, one at a time. I expose her skin bit by bit, and take care to kiss every square inch of her beautiful coffee and cream skin as I do. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from billionaire.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
Chapter 31. Josie. Rise and shine. We have a big day ahead of us. Tyler wakes us by jumping on the bed, even if his words make him sound more like a middle-aged parent trying to get their kid off to school than an 8-year-old on a family moon vacation. I blink myself awake and glance over to see that Chance is grumbling about waking up at the crack of dawn. We're in a suite, but we forgot to lock the door. A lesson learned through experience isn't soon forgotten. "Let's go get your dad some coffee," I tell Tyler. We sneak out together on our little errand, leaving Chance alone. I yawn, stretching out as we wait for the elevator. Can we get Mickey waffles for breakfast, Mom? He asks, slipping his hand in mine. My lip quivers every time he calls me Mom. It's been less than a week since the wedding, and I can't stop welling up every time he does it. I'm just so happy that he's accepted me as part of his family. I know realistically I will eventually get used to it, but I can't imagine not feeling overwhelmed with love at hearing it. Of course, baby. We're going to the park first thing, but your dad needs coffee, I say. Tyler tugs me to the hotel breakfast buffet, and I get a nice steaming cup for my husband. I love using that word. Don't you want coffee too, Mom? Tyler asks. I look down at it and shake my head. Nah, not today, I say, brushing off his question. But we can get you a hot chocolate at the park if you want. Yes, I want a hot chocolate and a Mickey waffle, and a pineapple ice cream and... Tyler rattles off all his food requests as we head back up to the room and bring Chance his coffee with a dollop of creamer. The three of us get ready quickly. I make sure Tyler's backpack is bundled full of snacks and his fully charged tablet before we head out. We take the monorail to the park. Tyler can't stop talking about meeting Goofy, his favorite. Are you okay? Chance asks, leaning over to where I'm standing on the other side of Tyler, clutching my stomach. You look a little sick. I'm okay, just a bit motion sick, I tell him. I'll be better on solid ground. I chuckle. Chance smiles and reaches out to squeeze my hand. The monorail stops a few more times before we arrive at the Magic Kingdom, before it's even open yet. We get to go inside for breakfast since we have pre-park breakfast reservations. Ready? Tyler asks, holding both our hands and glancing between us. Ready, I say, nodding. Chance repeats the word in action, signaling that we're ready to start our third day of adventure at the magical theme park. We push our way toward the entrance, getting our wrist passes scanned, then head to our breakfast reservations. Tyler gets his special waffle, and Chance has another cup of coffee, while I sip some cucumber water and chew a bit of avocado toast. This is so good, Tyler says. I can't wait to have a pineapple ice cream later, too. He rambles about what else he wants to have while Chance and I exchange secret smiles. He gets to meet one of the princesses during breakfast, and he can't stop talking about it as we head to our first ride reservation of the day. As we wait in line, I start wondering if I have time to go to the bathroom. I've been drinking a lot of water to stay hydrated. I'll be right back, I tell Chance, heading for the bathroom across the way that I spotted on our way here. When I'm done, I head back, feeling as though I'm walking on air. I feel like everything in my life is so much better than I could have ever expected. I'm thrilled that I get to spend every day with the love of my life and our amazing son. The three of us can board within a few minutes of me returning. We hop on and begin to battle space invaders, Chance beating us both handily. Dad wins, he says, as we get off the ride into the gift shop. We poke around for a few minutes while we wait for our next reservation, and Tyler looks at the space-themed toys. Can I get this? He asks, holding up a toy blaster gun. Chance goes to check out while I look at the shirts and try to decide if I want to get anything here. We can send stuff back to the hotel room if you want, Chance says, appearing by my side. That way we don't have to carry stuff around all day. I decide to go ahead and get the shirt I was looking at then. It's strange no longer having to worry about money the way I did in my life before Chance. We might not have the same income that Chance was once bringing in, but money troubles are still pretty much gone for good in my life now. It's nice to indulge myself, to not have to worry about every penny. We head out for the next reservation, Tyler in the lead. Space Mountain, he exclaims. I pause, thinking for a moment. Actually, I'm going to skip this one, I say. I've been a little under the weather this morning, and I don't think I ought to go. Are you sure? Chance asks, brow furrowed. Do you know what's wrong? Nothing that a little souvenir shopping can't cure, I assure him. I'll meet you guys near the entrance to the pirate ride in an hour. Sure thing, Chance says. He kisses me and hands me his credit card. Go nuts. You deserve it, baby. I take it just as Tyler drags his dad to the entrance. I've got some shopping to do now that I'm alone. Heading back to the main entrance, I go into the visitor center and pick out a button for Tyler to celebrate our first trip as a family. Once I'm done, I head back toward the area with the pirate ride, perusing the shops for a while as I wait for the boys to get done with their ride. The ride was so much fun, Mama, Tyler says as he approaches, hugging me. He gestures wildly, describing how they traveled up and down and all around and telling me they screamed the entire time. How was the shopping? Chance asked. Do you feel any better? A bit, yes. I got you and Tyler some things. Here. I grab the pen and affix it to Tyler's shirt. He looks at it upside down, trying to read it. And this is for you. I hand a bag to Chance. He rifles through, opening it up and examining the contents, taking out a tiny pair of white shoes with Mickey Mouse on them. Well, these are a little small for Tyler, Chance jokes, examining them. Tyler is trying to sound out the words he's reading, but since it's upside down for him, he can't quite make it out. Dad, what does my button say? He asks, holding it out. Big brother, Chance reads. He pauses, then looks back and forth between the pen and the shoes in his hand. Wait. Josie. No, you're joking. Josie, tell me you're not joking. Of course I'm not joking, silly. I'm laughing as tears are filling my eyes. Big brother? It means that Josie is going to have a baby, Chance says, picking me up and squeezing me as he twirls me around. You're going to have a little brother or sister. Yes, Tyler yells. I'm going to be a big brother. He starts showing his pen to everyone that passes, and we get a few congratulations. We're having a baby? We're really having a baby? Chance asks again. I nod. Really? I nod again. It's taking a minute to process for him. I realized this morning that something was up, so that's why I got out of line at the blaster ride. I had a test in my purse because I suspected for a little while now. That's why I've been more tired than usual and not feeling as good. When are you going to have the baby? Tyler asks, patting my stomach. I need to see a doctor first, but I think in about 7 or 8 months, I tell him. Possibly near Valentine's Day. Wow, that's so cool, Tyler whispers. Can I name the baby? What do you want to name him or her? I ask, ruffling his hair. Maybe Bo if it's a boy, he says slowly. Because Jesse's sister was going to be Bo if she was a boy, and I like that name. Bo is nice. But what if it's a girl? I'm not sure. Tyler squints his eyes, thinking hard. Rose? Rose is a beautiful name, and maybe for a middle name, Claire. As a way to honor your mom, Tyler, for bringing you into the world, I say. I like those names. Rose or Bo. What do you think, Chance? I like them a lot, Chance says. I'm so happy. He's got tears in his eyes and he wipes them away. I'm so happy, Josie. I'm so happy. We go to our lunch reservations, chatting more about the baby and making plans to bring him or her back for their first birthday to see the parks. Tyler says that we need to come back every year as a family to celebrate. Why not? I tell him. I'm just excited to have more love to share. After everything we've all been through, all 3 of us, it's nice to feel safe, happy, and secure with the man I love and our son. And another little human to love on the way. I feel truly blessed. No, I know I am.
Epilogue. Tyler. I'm technically 8 years older than baby Rosie, but I'll always think of her as being almost 9 years younger than me to the day. I'm February 26th and she's February 20th. The first gift she gave me for my birthday was not to steal it. I think my present for her. Turning one might be just as good, maybe better. If it all works out, it'll be a gift for all of us. To meet Grandpa Prescott. I'd rather negotiate a hostage situation than with your grandpa, Dad said, one after one failed attempt to find a middle ground, put together by Grandma Margaret, of course. That was before the heart attack. I remember when Dad got the call in January. He was about to check my homework. Mom was putting baby Rosie to bed. It's funny how we never know when a phone call is about to change everything. His gasp echoed through the house. Homework would have to wait. The whole room changed. I tried to ask what happened, and he just shook his head. I thought maybe it was Grandma Margaret, maybe even Grandma Clara, since she and Dad are close. I was listening carefully. Okay, Mom. It's going to be okay. I love you. Yes, I'll be there. I promise. So, it probably wasn't an emergency with Grandma Margaret, but she and Grandma Clara are good friends. Grandma Clara goes to Grandma Margaret's fitness class at the YMCA religiously, so maybe she was calling about her. Dad, what happened? Was it Grandma Clara? Is she okay? Your grandfather, he had a heart attack. When people asked, I used to say I didn't have a grandpa. I didn't expect that at all. Dad's face was so pale. He ran upstairs to Mom, and I went up too. I don't know how I expected her to react, but it wasn't like that. You're going to see him, right, Chance? Grandpa had been so nasty to her, but she never stopped trying to patch things up. I told my mom I would. Good. Will you go with me, Josie? She didn't miss a beat. If you want me there, of course. Are you sure? Yes, I can't do it without you. I need you. Of course, I'll go. Let me call my mother. She'll watch the baby. How's Margaret? Not good. Dad's in surgery. Dad knelt down to me and squeezed my hand. So, buddy, it's your choice completely. Do you want to go to Grandma Clara's, or do you want to go with me and Mom to the hospital? I really didn't know. What do you think, Dad? Wouldn't seeing me just make it worse? He loves you. Still? You never stop loving people who once had a place in your heart. What would he want, you think? I think he'd want to see you. He played with my hair, which should have been annoying, but it was nice. But only if you want to. I thought about it for a minute. I want to. It was scary at the hospital, but scarier to see how much it all freaked out the adults in my life. You think they can handle anything, but you learn everyone has limits. What if he dies? Dad asked Mom in the waiting room. I remember how sad he looked. What if he dies and we never make up? He knows how much you love him. I thought about how lucky I was to have a dad like him. Even if I killed someone, my dad would always talk to me. Grandma Margaret opened the doors with both hands. Surgery went beautifully, the doctors said. It's usually 2 at a time, but he's got a big room with no roommates. Want to see him? We all rushed over through the doors without even answering and walked into the room together. Dad went first to stand at Grandpa's arm. Chance? Grandpa tried to sit up to see better, and Dad held his hand. I'm here, Dad. Chance, I love you. I'm so sorry. Wait. Tyler? The tubes made him look like an alien, but I was brave enough to go up. Hi, Grandpa. Oh, my sweet boys, I missed you. He took such a deep breath, I could hear it. You could see on the machine. Grandpa saw Mom, even though she was in the back of the room. You must be Josie. You're more beautiful than the pictures. I'm so sorry for my behavior. I can never make up for what I did. I didn't even know he'd seen pictures of her. Prescott, I'm so pleased to meet you, and thank you. No one is beyond redemption. It's hard to admit a mistake. I forgive you. No wonder my son fell in love with you. Grandpa waved her closer. She went up with me and Dad, while Grandma Margaret stroked his head. I gave him a kiss on the cheek, then sat on the chair. I woke up in my bed the next morning. Grandpa recovered at home, but Dad and Mom went over a lot. He'd always ask for pictures of Rosie. "I'll know I'm better when I can bounce my granddaughter on my knee," he'd say on the phone. Dad and Mom were cautious. They didn't know how permanent his transformation would be. I knew it was my job to find out for sure. I told them I had a special band practice for trombone, and Alex's mom would take me home. I take the bus after school to Westcrest instead of staying at a made-up band practice. Grandma starts calling Dad when I walk in the door. I hold up my hand to stop her. "Dad can't know about this, Grandma. I need to talk to Grandpa." "How did you get here?" She puts her hands on her hips. "I took the bus." "What? It goes here?" Grandma looks appalled. "People who don't drive deserve to get places too, Grandma." She gestures for me to go upstairs, looking rattled. He's in his study. "Thanks, Grandma." I walk up slowly. I think I was 7 the last time I was here. I open the door carefully and see Grandpa's white hair. "Grandpa, it's me, Tyler." "Tyler? What a surprise. Are your mom and dad here too?" "No, it's just me. I need to talk." "Sure." He stands up and gestures to the leather chair. I'm glad he doesn't ask about the bus. "What's on your mind, Tyler?" "It's important. I want you to listen before you say anything." "I can do that." "Okay, good." I shift in my seat to look him in the eyes. "So, we're mostly happy you're in our life again, but Mom and Dad have been through a lot." He nods solemnly. "And it might be nice to get to know you better. Baby Rosie is turning 1 soon, and I'm turning 10. That's a pretty big deal." "It is. Double digits. You're a young man." He looks at my face like he's seeing how much older I look. "I guess so. And I was thinking of asking you to come over for it. But I need to know you've changed." I feel like I can finally breathe again. His mouth is like a straight line at first. "Is there something you have in mind?" I realize I don't have a plan. The letters we've been writing in class for Valentine's Day pop into my mind. "I do. You need to write letters to my dad and Mom. Also, baby Rosie, to apologize and explain how you've changed no matter what. Race, creed, money, religion, anything. I see you've been talking to your dad about the law. You'd be an asset to our firm." I shake my head. "No, I want to fight the polluters." "I admire that idealism." "Thanks. But can you do this, Grandpa?" He stands up and gives me a huge hug across the desk. He's crying a little. I pick up a tissue from the box. "Thanks, Tyler." He wipes his eyes. "You're welcome. South, can you?" "Yes, right away." "And it has to be from you. Don't pay anyone." "Of course. 4 letters from the heart." 4? I count on my fingers to check. I said 3. "Yes, 4. You forgot yours, Tyler." "Well, that's nice, thanks. And also, I don't want anyone to know I talked to you." I can keep a confidence very well. He looks up to the ceiling. I wonder if there's a bird over the skylight, but I don't see anything. "I want to tell you something I haven't told anyone, not even your grandmother." I listen very closely. "When I was airlifted, I died for a few minutes. You can ask Grandma." "You died? How are you here?" "They brought me back, but my heart stopped. This might be a lot to hear. Are you sure you want to?" "I think I can handle it." "I think you can too. You're very grown up." I don't know what to do, so I nod. I saw the light they talk about, and I heard a voice. Do you know whose? I don't want to guess. If I'm wrong, I don't want to be disappointed. Who? Your mother, Claire? It feels like a road flare goes off in my heart. I wonder if she can see us. I look up. She said she's watching over you. She's so proud and so happy Josie is there for you and your dad. But she said to me, Prescott, make peace before it's too late. Love is all that matters. And she was right. I realize as tears are streaming down my cheeks now. Grandpa hands me a tissue. Thanks, Grandpa. I wipe my face. Then what happened? Everything came back. The helicopter, the paddles. It felt like she was still there, even in my surgery, like a guardian angel. Then you and your dad and Josie came, my real angels. But you're right. I get the feeling they didn't know how close to get. Yeah, I love you, Grandpa. I don't always like you, but I love you. I love you too, Tyler, more than you know, and your dad and Mom too. I promise to try to make it up to you. A few days later, 4 letters arrive, sealed with wax, pages and pages in each envelope, written in old handwriting on thick paper. Baby Rosie can't read, and I'm not very good at script, but I read Rosie the words, and I managed to make out all the fancy letters. Dad, Mom, Grandma Margaret, and Grandpa Prescott all cry on the phone. They talk on the phone for hours. Over the next few days, they make the plans for tonight. The birthdays, Rosie's first, then mine later in the week. I run to let them in when the doorbell rings. They're holding so many presents I can't see Grandma's and Grandpa's faces. They're not just for me and Rosie. There are some for Mom and Dad, too. I have a lot of years to make up for, Grandpa says. You didn't have to do that, Mom says. I want to tell her to shush. I'll take the extra presents, no problem. Baby Rosie likes him right away and laughs when he makes faces. I wonder if she likes that he looks like my dad. Only the white hair and glasses are different. You are so beautiful, Rosie, he says. Just like your mom. You're so lucky to have so many people who love you. Grandma Clara comes too, and I realize I didn't ask him about her. I'll do it now. Grandpa, could I see you in my room for a second? I have a cool loft bed. Sure, I'd love to. We go up the stairs. I hope I didn't make a mistake inviting him. To make sure you've changed, you need to be nice to Grandma Clara. Anyone you love. I love Tyler. Okay, but Grandma Clara has trouble walking. She has multiple sclerosis. That's a shame. I admire her for handling it. I know Margaret likes her a lot. Okay. I look at him closely in his eyes. I believe you. You can stay. They all talk all night, laughing and getting along. We eat pot roast and mashed potatoes and stuffing, my favorite, even though it's not Thanksgiving. It feels like a wall blocking half the house has come down. Baby Rosie sits in her high chair, and I feed her some of her food. So does Grandpa. I help her blow out her candles, and just in case she doesn't know how to wish, I make one for her. It's not hard to know what to ask for things to stay just like this.